The only light comes from the screen, a cold blue glow painting a face etched with weariness. His name could be Alex, or it could be yours. He sits in an office long after the sun has set, surrounded by the ghosts of the day's work. Unanswered emails form a digital mountain. Deadlines loom like distant, ominous thunder, and a profound sense of emptiness settles in the quiet space between his heartbeats. He looks through the large window, down at the river of headlights, flowing ceaselessly through the city's arteries. Each light is a person, a life, a story, all rushing to a destination. He wonders, where am I rushing to? Is there any meaning in this relentless cycle, this constant striving, or is it all just a series of exhausting, accidental events? This question, whispered in the silent moments of our lives, is the quiet ache of the modern world. We live in a society that worships the altar of busyness, that measures our worth by our productivity and possessions. We are taught to run, to climb, to acquire, to achieve. We chase goals set for us by a world that is always demanding more. And in this frantic pursuit, we lose connection with the very ground beneath our feet, with the quiet, steady rhythm of our own being. We feel overwhelmed, anxious, and adrift. We feel like victims of circumstance, tossed about on the waves of a chaotic sea, powerless to change its course. But what if, for a moment, we dared to entertain a different possibility? What if nothing is accidental? What if every challenge, every heartache, every difficult encounter was not a random misfortune, but a lesson, a message carefully crafted for the evolution of our own soul? What if there was a way to see through the chaos, to find a deep and abiding peace, not by changing the world outside, but by understanding the world within? There exists an ancient wisdom, a path that is not a religion in the way many understand it, but rather a practical and profound map of the human mind. It does not ask for blind faith, but invites us to look, to investigate, to see for ourselves. It offers the gentle suggestion that the peace we so desperately seek in the world is actually a quality we can cultivate within our own hearts, a quiet harbor that is always available, even in the midst of the most violent storm. To begin this journey, we must first look at the very fabric of reality, at the way things truly are. We often perceive our lives as a sequence of separate events. A kind word is spoken, a car cuts us off in traffic, a feeling of joy arises, a wave of anxiety washes over us. We see each of these as a distinct, isolated incident happening to us. We build walls around these moments, labeling them good or bad, wanted or unwanted. But this is a profound misunderstanding, a trick of the light played by a mind that craves simplicity. The ancient wisdom of the Buddha points to a deeper truth, a reality held together by an intricate and invisible network of connections. This understanding is called dependent origination, or in the ancient Pali language, pratityasamutpada. It is not a complex dogma to be memorized, but a simple, observable law of the universe. It can be stated like this: this is, because that is. This is not, because that is not. When this arises, that arises. When this ceases, that ceases. Nothing, absolutely nothing, exists on its own. Everything leans on everything else. Imagine a vast cosmic web stretching across all of space and time. At every single point where the threads of this web cross, there hangs a brilliant, multifaceted jewel. Each jewel is perfectly clear, and it reflects every other jewel in the net. And if you were to look closely into the surface of any one of these jewels, you would see reflected in it not only all the other jewels, but the reflections within those jewels, on and on, into an endless, shimmering infinity. This is the image of Indra's net, a powerful metaphor for the nature of existence. You are one of those jewels. I am one of those jewels. The person who angered you today is a jewel. The stranger who smiled at you is a jewel. The pain in your heart, the breath in your lungs, every thought, every object, every star in the sky is one of these jewels. Each one is unique, yet each one contains and is contained by all the others. Nothing is separate. The idea of a separate, isolated self or a separate, isolated event is an illusion. Let us bring this down from the cosmos and into our hands. Consider the simple cup of tea you might be holding. What is it? You say, it's tea. But the wisdom of dependent origination invites us to look deeper. This cup of tea is here because a cloud was in the sky. The cloud became rain. The rain fell and nourished the earth. The earth fed the tea plant. The sun shone its light, giving the leaves life. A farmer, with hands and a history of his own, picked those leaves. A worker packaged them. A driver brought them to a store. The potter who shaped the clay for your cup. The miner who dug that clay from the earth. The fire that hardened it in the kiln, all of them are present in your simple cup of tea. The entire universe has conspired, in a sense, to bring you this single moment. The tea is empty of a separate, independent self, but it is full of the sun, the rain, the earth, and the work of countless beings. It is interconnected with everything. Now, let us apply this same profound insight to something more personal, more difficult, a feeling of stress or anxiety. When that feeling arises, our first instinct is to see it as an enemy, an intruder. We say, I am stressed. We identify with it. We claim it as our own. And we feel it as a solid, heavy, oppressive thing. But it, too, is like the cup of tea. It is not a solid thing. It has no separate self. Your stress is here because of a chain of causes and conditions. Perhaps it is because of the pressure from your job. But that pressure is here because of the company's financial goals, which are here because of the demands of the market, which are here because of the collective desires and fears of millions of people. Your stress is also here because you didn't sleep well last night, and you didn't sleep well because you had an argument yesterday, and the argument happened because of a misunderstanding, which was caused by a careless word. You see, the feeling of stress is not a monster that has sprung from nowhere. It is a convergence point. It is a temporary gathering of countless threads from the great web. It is a phenomenon arising from conditions. And because it arises from conditions, it will also cease when those conditions change. There is a beautiful story of the Buddha explaining this very principle. He took 2 sheaves of reeds and stood them up, leaning them against one another. He then asked his monks, "Can these reeds stand on their own?" They replied that they could not. One leans on the other. He said, "So it is with all things. If you take away one sheaf, the other will fall. If you take away the other, the first will fall." Our lives are just like this. Our body and our mind lean on each other. Our feelings and our perceptions lean on each other. Our happiness and the happiness of others lean on each other. There is no independent standing. When we begin to truly absorb this, not just as an idea, but as a felt reality, a radical shift occurs in our perception. The heavy cloak of victimhood begins to fall away. Life is no longer a series of random malicious attacks. The world is no longer happening to you. Instead, you see a lawful, orderly, though incredibly complex, unfolding of cause and effect. You are not being punished. You are simply part of a vast interconnected process. Blame begins to dissolve. like salt in water. How can you hold on to burning resentment for someone when you see that their harmful actions are also the result of 1,000 unseen causes? You see that their anger comes from their own pain, their own ignorance, their own web of conditioning. This does not excuse their actions, but it transforms your response from hot, reactive anger into a cooler, more spacious compassion. You recognize a shared struggle, and here lies the most empowering truth of all. If our suffering, our anxiety, our discontent arises from a web of causes and conditions, it means we are not powerless. We are not doomed to suffer. While we cannot control the entire cosmic web, we have influence over the threads closest to us. We can change the conditions. We can choose to cultivate a moment of patience instead of a moment of anger. We can choose to nourish our bodies with rest instead of pushing them to exhaustion. We can choose to offer a kind word instead of a sharp one. Each of these small, intentional actions becomes a new cause, sending a different kind of ripple out into the web. We become conscious participants in our own lives, co-creators of our own reality. The journey out of suffering begins with this first, crucial step, seeing the unseen threads that tie everything together. And to untangle any knot, we must first look with clarity at the knot itself. That knot, for so many of us, is the persistent, pervasive experience of dissatisfaction that threads its way through our lives. Let us now turn our gentle, non-judgmental attention to this very experience. Having seen that all things are connected, that nothing arises on its own, we are now ready to turn our gaze inward, to look with gentle honesty at the most immediate and intimate part of this great web, our own experience. The very first teaching the Buddha gave after his awakening was not a comforting promise or a complex metaphysical theory. It was a simple, direct, and profoundly courageous statement about the nature of our existence. It is a truth that is often misunderstood as pessimistic or negative, but is in fact the most compassionate and liberating starting point imaginable. It is the first noble truth, the truth of what is called dukkha. The word dukkha is often translated from the ancient Pali language as suffering, but this single word is too narrow, too heavy. It fails to capture the subtlety of the teaching. Yes, dukkha includes the raw, undeniable pain of a broken bone, a grieving heart, or a fearful mind, but its meaning extends far beyond that. Imagine a wheel on an ancient cart that is not perfectly centered on its axle. As it turns, there is a constant bumping, a persistent friction, a subtle but pervasive sense of being slightly off kilter. This is a closer feeling of dukkha. It is the baseline of unsatisfactoriness, the quiet hum of unease that so often underlies our lives. Even when things seem to be going well, it is that nagging feeling that something is missing, that things are not quite right. It is the inherent friction of being a conscious, feeling being in a world that does not always conform to our wishes. In our modern world, we have become masters of avoiding this truth. We have endless distractions at our fingertips. When a feeling of unease arises, we can immediately reach for our phone, turn on the television, lose ourselves in work, or seek the temporary thrill of consumption. We are conditioned to believe that this background dissatisfaction is a problem to be solved, a flaw to be medicated, a void to be filled from the outside. But the Buddha's wisdom invites us to do the opposite. It invites us to stop running, to turn around, gently, and face this whisper of truth. To acknowledge the existence of this friction is not to surrender to despair. It is an act of supreme realism and courage. It is like a skilled doctor who must first make an accurate diagnosis before any healing can truly begin. To pretend The illness is not there, is to guarantee it will fester. To name it, to understand its nature, is the very first step toward a cure. To understand it fully, we can look at its three distinct forms. The first type of dukkha is the most obvious. It is the suffering of pain, dukkha. This is the raw, physical and emotional pain that is an unavoidable part of having a human body and a human heart. It is the headache that clouds our day, the chronic illness that limits our freedom, the inevitable process of aging that weakens our form. It is the sharp sting of rejection, the deep ache of loneliness, the sorrow of losing someone we love, the terror that can grip us in the dead of night. No amount of wealth, power, or success can build a wall high enough to keep this form of suffering out forever. It is a fundamental part of the human contract. We are born. We live in these fragile bodies. We form deep attachments, and so we are vulnerable to pain and loss. To deny this is to live in a fantasy. To acknowledge it, to allow our hearts to be with this pain without adding layers of resistance, is to begin to find a peace that is not dependent on the absence of pain. The second type of dukkha is more subtle and perhaps more pervasive. It is the suffering of change, viparinama dukkha. This is the suffering that arises from the fact that even our happiness is impermanent. Everything changes. Nothing lasts. This beautiful sunset that fills your heart with awe, it must fade into darkness. This joyful family gathering, filled with laughter and love, it must come to an end. The peak moment of a great success, the thrill of a new romance, the simple pleasure of a perfect summer's day, all of these are like words written on water. They are real, they are beautiful, but they are transient. The suffering here does not come from the happiness itself, but from our clinging to it. It is the desperate attempt to hold onto the wave as it is cresting, to freeze the river in its flow. This clinging creates a subtle anxiety that shadows even our brightest moments. It is the fear of loss that is intertwined with our love. It is the knowledge that the vacation will end, that the feeling will fade, that this too shall pass. We suffer because we demand permanence from a world whose very nature is flux. We are trying to build a solid house on a flowing river, and the constant effort, the inevitable failure, is this second form of dukkha. The third type of dukkha is the deepest and most fundamental. It is the all-pervasive suffering of conditioned existence, sankhara dukkha. This is that wheel on the cart, the background hum of anxiety that comes simply from being a self in a conditioned world. It is the friction we spoke of. Even when we are not in obvious pain, and even when we are not clinging to a fading pleasure, there can be a low-level sense of unease, of vulnerability, of being subject to forces beyond our control. This arises from the simple fact that our existence, body, our thoughts, our feelings, our identities, a conditioned phenomenon. As we saw with the unseen thread of dependent origination, this self is not a solid, independent thing. It is a fragile assembly, a temporary convergence of countless causes and conditions. There is a deep, often unconscious stress that comes with the constant effort of maintaining this self, of defending it, of propping it up against the relentless tide of change. It is the existential anxiety of being a vulnerable, mortal creature in an unpredictable universe. It is the final, most subtle layer of the diagnosis, the root condition of our shared human predicament. There is a powerful story that illustrates this journey from personal agony to universal understanding. A young woman named Kisa Gautami lived happily with her husband and their infant son. One day, tragically, the child fell ill and died. consumed by a grief so powerful it bordered on madness. Kisa Gautami refused to accept his death. She clutched the small, cold body to her chest and went from house to house, from person to person, begging for medicine that could restore her son's life. Some laughed at her, others pitied her, but no one could help. Finally, a wise man saw her immense suffering and directed her to the Buddha. She laid her child at the Buddha's feet and pleaded, "Can you make a medicine that will cure my boy?" The Buddha looked at her with boundless compassion and said, "I can, but to make it, I require a special ingredient. I need you to bring me a single mustard seed from a house where no one, not a parent, not a child, not a relative, not a servant thus, ever died." Filled with a desperate hope, Kisa Gautami began her search. At the first house, she asked for the seed. Of course, the kind woman there said, "We have plenty." But as she was about to take it, Kisa Gautami remembered the Buddha's condition. "Has anyone in this house ever known death?" she asked. The woman's face fell. "Oh child," she sighed, "do not remind me of my deepest sorrow. My beloved husband died just last year." So Kisa Gautami went to the next house, and the next, and the next. The story was always the same. "My mother died here. We lost our youngest son. My father passed in this very room." House after house, she heard the litany of human loss. As the sun began to set, the truth slowly dawned in her weary mind. Her overwhelming, isolating grief began to dissolve into a vast, shared understanding. She realized that death was not a unique curse visited upon her family. It was a universal law, touching every single home, every single life. In that moment of profound insight, her frantic clinging to her personal sorrow softened. She gently carried her son to the cremation ground, let him go, and returned to the Buddha, not for a magical seed, but for a teaching that could heal her heart. She had embraced the first noble truth. She had seen that suffering is a shared, universal part of life. This is the invitation for us now. It is the invitation to gently, and without judgment, acknowledge the dukkha in our own lives, to simply notice it. When a feeling of anxiety, or sadness, or frustration arises, can we meet it with a quiet recognition? Can we whisper to ourselves, "Ah, this is here. This is a moment of suffering. This is the human experience." We don't need to fix it, or analyze it, or push it away. The first step is simply to allow it to be, to give it space in our awareness. This is not an act of resignation. It is an act of profound kindness to ourselves. It is dropping the resistance, the fight, that creates so much extra pain. This act of bravely naming and accepting our reality is what it means to understand the first noble truth. It does not solve all our problems, but it stops us from creating new ones. Through our struggle and denial, it ennobles us. And now, having looked squarely at this truth, having diagnosed the condition with clarity and compassion, a natural question arises. If this is the condition, what is its cause? Where does all this friction, this pervasive unsatisfactoriness, truly come from? This is the next step on our journey of discovery. Having looked with gentle courage at the reality of life's inherent friction, the pervasive unsatisfactoriness we call dukkha, we now arrive at a pivotal moment in our journey. This is where the path turns from diagnosis to hope, from acknowledging the symptom to identifying its cause. The Buddha, in his profound wisdom, did not stop at simply stating that life involves suffering. To do so would be an act of despair. Instead, he offered the second noble truth, the truth of the origin of suffering, known as samudaya. This truth is a lantern in the darkness, for it illuminates the very root of our discontent, and in doing so, reveals that our suffering is not a random, meaningless affliction. It has a cause, and anything that has a cause can, with the right understanding and effort, be brought to an end. The cause, the Buddha taught, is a single, powerful force within the human heart, a force called tame. This ancient word is often translated as craving or desire, but its meaning is more primal, more visceral. It translates most literally as thirst. This is a perfect metaphor. Imagine the feeling of intense, agonizing thirst. It is not a casual wish for a drink. It is a powerful, all-consuming drive that hijacks your entire being. Your mind can think of nothing else. Every sensation is filtered through this desperate need. This is the nature of tana. It is the feverish, grasping quality of the mind that constantly seeks satisfaction, security, and stimulation from the world outside itself. It is the restless engine that drives the endless cycle of wanting, getting, and wanting again, the very cycle that creates the friction and unease of dukkha. This thirst is not a single entity. It manifests in three primary forms, flowing through the different channels of our lives. The first and most recognizable form is the thirst for sense pleasures, kama tanha. In the Buddhist understanding, we have 6 senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, and the mind itself, which has thoughts, ideas, and memories as its objects. From the moment we awaken, this thirst is at work. It is the craving for the taste of the perfect cup of coffee, the desire to hear a beautiful piece of music, the longing for an attractive sight, the search for a pleasant fragrance, the wish for a comforting physical touch. It is also the mind's hunger for stimulating ideas, for praise and validation, for interesting gossip, for the endless scroll of novel information on a screen. Now, it is crucial to understand that there is nothing inherently wrong with enjoying the pleasures of the senses. A beautiful sunset is still beautiful. A delicious meal is still delicious. The problem is not the pleasure itself, but the thirst for it, the clinging to it, the dependency upon it for our happiness. When we believe that our peace of mind is contingent on getting the next sensory hit, we become like addicts. The pleasure is always fleeting, the satisfaction temporary, but the underlying thirst remains, and it soon reasserts itself, driving us onward in an exhausting, never-ending hunt for the next moment of gratification. We become ghosts at a banquet, forever tasting, but never truly nourished. The second form of this thirst is deeper, more entwined with our very identity. It is the thirst for being, for existence, bhavatanha. This is the deep-seated drive to become something, to solidify our sense of self, to carve out a permanent and significant place in this transient world. It is the engine of ambition. It is the voice in our head that whispers, "If only I could get that promotion, then I would be secure. When I finally achieve that perfect body, then I will be worthy of love. Once I am recognized as an expert in my field, then I will have meaning." It is the desire to be a perfect parent, a respected leader, a wealthy individual, even a spiritually enlightened person. This thirst for being is our attempt to build a fortress of identity against the undeniable reality of impermanence and not self. We crave to exist, to continue, to be a solid, definable someone. We construct elaborate stories about who we are, and we cling to them desperately. But because life is constant flux, and because the self is not a fixed entity, but a flowing process, this fortress is built on sand. The tide is always coming in, and the constant anxious effort to maintain the walls of this fragile ego is a profound source of our background suffering, the sankhara dukkha we spoke of. The third form of thirst is the shadow of the second. It is the thirst for non-being, for annihilation, vibhava tanha. If the thirst for being is the act of pulling things toward us to build ourselves up, this is the act of violently pushing things away, of wishing for them to not exist. On its most extreme end, this can manifest as the desire for self-destruction, the thought that if I were to cease to exist, the pain would finally stop. But it operates in our lives in much more common, subtle ways. It is the flash of anger that wants to destroy an obstacle in our path. It is the bitter aversion that wishes a difficult person would simply disappear. It is the deep-seated desire to annihilate an uncomfortable feeling, to numb our anxiety, to escape our own sadness. When we drown our sorrows in distraction or addiction, we are in the grip of vibhava tanha. When we meet criticism with furious denial, we are trying to annihilate a threat to our ego. This thirst for non-existence is just as forceful and just as painful as its opposite. It is a desperate push against the reality of what is, a violent rejection of our present experience, and it only deepens the chasm of our discontent. All three forms of this thirst operate like drinking salt water. When you are lost at sea, dying of thirst, the vast ocean surrounding you seems to offer a solution. In a moment of desperation, you might cup your hands, bring the water to your lips, and drink. For a fleeting moment, the coolness might feel like relief, but the salt in the water only dehydrates you further. The more you drink, the more intensely thirsty you become, driving you to drink even more in a downward spiral that leads to madness and death. This is the perfect image for tanha. The promotion, the new purchase, the moment of angry release. They seem to offer relief, but they only fuel the underlying thirst, making it stronger and more demanding. This is the cycle of suffering, the relentless turning of the wheel. There is a powerful parable that captures this tragic, self-perpetuating cycle. Imagine a starving dog wandering through a barren land. It comes across an old bone, bleached white by the sun, completely stripped of any meat or marrow. Driven by its hunger, the dog begins to chew on it frantically. It gnaws and gnaws, but the bone is hard as rock and offers no sustenance. In its desperate effort, the dog's sharp teeth cut into its own gums. A trickle of blood flows into its mouth. In its ignorance and hunger, the dog tastes the warm, metallic flavor of its own blood and believes it is nourishment coming from the bone. This delusion gives it a surge of encouragement. It thinks, finally, my effort is paying off. And so, it begins to chew with even more frantic, desperate energy. This, of course, only causes more injury, which produces more blood, which further reinforces the dog's mistaken belief that the bone is providing for it. It is trapped in a loop of its own creation, injuring itself for a pleasure that it believes is coming from an external object. We are so often like this dog. We chase after the dry bones of the world, wealth, status, fleeting pleasures, the approval of others, believing they hold the key to our lasting happiness. The small moments of pleasure we derive are often just the taste of our own blood, the temporary satisfaction of a craving being met, the momentary relief from the tension of wanting. We mistake this fleeting internal relief for true, lasting nourishment coming from the object of our desire. And so, we keep chewing, we keep chasing, we keep striving, often injuring ourselves and others in the process, trapped in a cycle of our own making. Here, a clarification is essential. The wisdom of this teaching is not to become a passionless, lifeless stone, devoid of all desire. The goal is not to stop wanting anything. There is a crucial distinction between wholesome desire, sometimes called chanda, and unwholesome thirst, tanha, the desire to be free from suffering, the desire to help others, the desire to grow in wisdom and compassion. These are wholesome. They are not born of a feverish lack, but of a cool, clear aspiration. Tanha, the thirst, has the quality of grasping, of clinging, of "I must have this, or I will not be okay." It is contracted and anxious. Wholesome desire is spacious. It is a gentle wish for the good, without the desperate attachment to a specific outcome. It is the energy that moves us along the path, not the fever that keeps us sick. So now we see it. We have located the root of the storm. It is not the world. It is not other people. It is not our unfortunate circumstances. The true origin of our deep dissatisfaction is this internal burning thirst. And this realization is not a cause for shame or guilt, but for a profound sense of relief. It is the greatest news we could possibly hear. For if the cause of our suffering were external to us, we would be forever its victims, powerless to change our fate. But because the cause is internal, a habit of the mind, a pattern of reacting, a way of relating to the world, it is within our sphere of influence. It is something we can work with. It is a knot that we, ourselves, can learn to untie. The very existence of a specific cause implies the possibility of its cessation. And that points us directly toward the third noble truth, the radical and deeply hopeful possibility that the thirst can be quenched and that the suffering can truly end. Having stared into the heart of our dissatisfaction, the unease known as dukkha, and having traced its origins to the burning, insatiable thirst of tanha, we might feel a sense of despair. It can seem as though we are caught in a relentless, self-perpetuating cycle of wanting and suffering. But it is precisely here, at this moment of stark clarity, that the path takes a turn towards profound and radical hope. The Buddha, having laid bare the cause of our suffering, immediately presented the third noble truth, the truth of Nirodha. Nirodha means cessation, ending, or extinction. It is the definitive statement that the thirst can be quenched, the fire can be put out, and the suffering can be brought to a complete and final end. This is the promise that illuminates the entire spiritual journey. It is the lighthouse glimpsed from a storm-tossed ship, confirming that there is, indeed, a calm harbor, a far shore of peace that can be reached. It is essential to understand what this cessation is and what it is not. Hearing the word extinction, our Western minds, so conditioned to fear endings, might immediately recoil, imagining a state of nothingness, of self-annihilation, or a grey, passionless void. But this is a fundamental misunderstanding. Nirodha is not the cessation of the self. It is the cessation of the suffering of the self. It is not an end to life, but an end to the frantic, painful way we so often live it. The cessation spoken of here is specifically the uprooting of the causes of suffering we have just identified: the thirst for pleasure, the thirst for being, and the thirst for non-being. It is the extinction of the three poisons that fuel the fire of dukkha: greed and craving, hatred and aversion, and the delusion of ignorance that underlies them all. When the fuel is completely removed, the fire simply goes out. What remains is not a pile of cold ash, but a profound and radiant peace. This state of peace, this reality that is experienced when the fires of craving have ceased, is known as nibbana in the Pali language, or nirvana in Sanskrit. The word itself literally means to extinguish, or to blow out, as one would blow out a candle flame. For centuries, this word has been shrouded in myth and misconception, often imagined as a kind of heavenly paradise, a place one goes to after death. But Nibbana is not a place. It is not a reward waiting in the afterlife. It is a psychological state, a quality of mind, a direct experience that is attainable right here and now, in this very life, in this very body. It is the mind's natural state, its inherent nature, once it has been cleansed of the clinging, the aversion, and the confusion that normally obscure it. To speak of it is difficult, for it is the one thing in all of existence that is said to be unconditioned. Everything else we experience, our bodies, our thoughts, our world is conditioned, meaning it arises from causes and conditions. As we saw with dependent origination, it is subject to change, decay, and disappearance. Nibbana, however, is the unconditioned, the uncreated, the deathless. It does not arise from causes, and therefore, it does not pass away. It is the stable ground in a universe of shifting sands. Because it is beyond the conditioned world of language and concepts, it can only be described through metaphors. It is called the supreme health, for it is the complete freedom from the fever of craving. It is called the cool cave, a perfect refuge from the scorching heat of life's sorrows. It is called the island in the flood, a place of ultimate safety that the turbulent waters of aging, sickness, death, and despair cannot overwhelm. It is called the unshakable peace, a deep and profound tranquility of heart that is not disturbed by the inevitable gains and losses, praise and blame, pleasure and pain of the world. It is the end of the war within. This might sound impossibly distant, a state reserved for saints and sages in faraway monasteries, but we can all experience faint echoes, tiny tastes of this cessation in our own ordinary lives. Think of a moment when you were in the grip of a powerful craving. Perhaps it was an intense hunger for a particular food, or the compulsive urge to check your phone, or a deep longing for someone's approval. In that state, your mind is agitated, restless, contracted. It is not at peace. Now, bring to mind the moment that the craving, for whatever reason, simply subsided. Perhaps the hunger passed, or you consciously decided to put the phone down, or you realized you didn't need the approval after all. In the space that immediately follows the dissolution of that craving, what do you feel? There is a moment of relief, a moment of lightness, a moment of freedom. For a brief instant, the thirst is gone, and in its absence is a simple, uncomplicated peace. That small, everyday experience of release is a miniature reflection of Nirodha. It demonstrates a fundamental principle. The absence of thirst is peace. These fleeting moments are signposts, pointing the way toward a more permanent and profound freedom that is possible. There is an old story of a man who spent his entire life in search of a mythical place known as the Deathless Land. He had heard in legends that it was a realm free from all sorrow, a paradise where there was no sickness, no old age, and no death. Consumed by this idea, he left his home and began a great journey. His quest took him across scorching deserts, which he endured with the burning hope of finding eternal pleasure. He climbed treacherous, snow-capped mountains, driven by a prideful desire to conquer all obstacles. He navigated his way through dark and confusing forests, lost in a maze of conflicting opinions and ideas about where this land could be found. Years turned into decades. His hair grew white, his back became bent, and his body grew frail, yet still he searched. One day, exhausted, and having given up all hope, he stumbled upon a simple hut by a quiet river. An old sage, was sitting peacefully at the entrance, watching the water flow. The seeker, with the last of his strength, approached him. "Venerable sir," he rasped, "I have wasted my entire life on a fool's errand. I have been searching for the deathless land, but it is nowhere to be found. Can you tell me, before I die, was it ever real?" The sage looked at the weary traveler with eyes full of a deep, sorrowful compassion. He did not point to a secret map or whisper of a hidden valley. Instead, he gently raised his hand and pointed to the seeker's own heart. "The land you have been searching for," the sage said softly, "is not a place you can travel to on foot. It is the state of your own mind. The scorching desert you crossed is the burning fire of your own craving. The treacherous mountains you climbed are the jagged peaks of your own anger and pride. The confusing forest you were lost in is the tangled thicket of your own ignorance." The seeker looked at him, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. The sage continued, "The deathless land is not found by going somewhere else. It is discovered right here, when the fire of craving is extinguished, and what remains is the cool peace of contentment. It is found when the mountains of hatred are worn down, and what remains is the gentle landscape of compassion. It is found when the forest of ignorance is cleared, and what remains is the open, sunlit clearing of wisdom. You have been searching for it outside yourself, my friend, when all along its potential has been resting, waiting, right here." This story reveals the profound reorientation that the third noble truth provides. The spiritual journey is not about adding something to ourselves: more knowledge, more pleasant experiences, more spiritual merit. It is a path of subtraction, of letting go. It is about removing the layers of dust and grime that obscure the inherent purity of our own hearts. Our true nature is already peaceful, already free, like a boundless blue sky. The craving, the hatred, the confusion, these are like passing clouds. We suffer because we identify with the clouds, believing we are the storm. The path is not about frantically trying to create a new sky. It is simply about developing the wisdom to see that the clouds are not us, and allowing them, through our practice, to naturally disperse, revealing the radiant, ever-present blue that has been there all along. This is the radical hope of Nirodha. It declares that freedom is possible, not a freedom from life, but a freedom within life, a freedom from the tyranny of our own compulsions and reactions, a freedom to live with an open heart, to meet both the joys and the sorrows of our existence with an unshakable peace and a boundless compassion. We have now seen the diagnosis of our condition, dukkha. We have understood its root cause, tanha, and now we have been given the astounding prognosis. A complete cure is possible, a state of ultimate peace called Nirodha. The diagnosis is made, the cause is known, the cure is promised. A single, urgent, and intensely practical question naturally arises in the mind. How? How do I walk this path? What is the medicine I must take? How do I travel from this shore of suffering to that far shore of peace? This very question brings us to the final and most practical of the Four Noble Truths. It brings us to the map itself. Having journeyed through the landscape of our human condition, we have arrived at a place of profound clarity. We have looked without flinching at the reality of our dissatisfaction, dukkha. We have uncovered its hidden root in the burning thirst of our own craving, tanha, and we have glimpsed the possibility of a far shore, a state of unshakable peace and freedom, the cessation of suffering called Nirodha. The diagnosis has been made, the cause identified, and the cure promised. All that remains is the most vital question of all. What is the prescription? What is the practical, tangible path we must walk to travel from this shore of turmoil to that shore of peace? The answer to this question is the fourth and final noble truth, the truth of the path, or Magga. This is the map itself, the detailed, step-by-step blueprint for awakening. It is not a set of rigid commandments handed down from on high, but a graceful and comprehensive guide to living a life of wisdom, integrity, and profound mental cultivation. This guide is known as the Noble Eightfold Path. Before we unfurl this map and examine its 8 interconnected routes, we must first understand the fundamental principle that governs the entire journey. It is a principle of balance, of intelligence, of grace. It is the middle way. The Buddha, before his own awakening, had explored the 2 extremes of human seeking. He had lived the life of a prince, surrounded by every imaginable sensual pleasure, and found it empty and unsatisfying. He then spent years as a hardcore ascetic, punishing his body through extreme fasting and self-mortification, and found that this too only led to weakness and despair, not wisdom. He realized that the path to liberation lay not in these extremes, but in a skillful middle ground, a path of balance that avoids both self-indulgence and self-torture. There is a beautiful story that perfectly illustrates this principle. Among the Buddha's disciples was a monk named Sona, who was practicing with extreme, relentless effort. He meditated so intensely and walked for so many hours that the soles of his feet cracked and bled, yet he felt he was making no progress. He became disheartened and considered giving up and returning to his former life. The Buddha, perceiving his state of mind, went to him. He knew that before becoming a monk, Sona had been a masterful musician, renowned for his skill with the lute. The Buddha asked him, "Sona, tell me, when you were a layman, were you not skilled at playing the lute?" "Yes, Lord, that is so," Sona replied. The Buddha continued, "And what happened, Sona, when the strings of your lute were stretched too tightly?" Sona answered, "When they were too tight, Lord, the strings would snap and the sound was harsh." "And what happened?" the Buddha asked. "When the strings were too loose?" "When they were too loose, Lord, they produced no sound at all, or only a dull thud." The Buddha then asked the final question, "But when the strings were tuned just right, not too tight and not too loose, what was the result?" Sona's face lit up. "Then, Lord, my lute produced a beautiful, resonant, and melodious sound." The Buddha smiled gently. "So it is, Sona, with the spiritual path. Energy that is stretched too tight leads to restlessness and agitation. Energy that is too slack leads to laziness and lethargy. One must tune the faculties of the mind, Sona, finding the balance, the middle way. That is the path that leads to calm, to insight, and to liberation. This very wisdom is the foundation of the Eightfold Path. The 8 factors are not a linear sequence of steps to be mastered one after another. Rather, they are like the strands of a single, powerful rope, each one interwoven with and strengthening all the others. They are to be cultivated simultaneously, each one supporting the development of the rest. To make them easier to comprehend, they are traditionally presented in 3 groups or trainings: the training in wisdom, the training in ethical conduct, and the training in mental discipline. The journey begins with the training in wisdom, Panya. This is the compass and the map, ensuring we are heading in the right direction. It consists of 2 factors. The first is right view. This means seeing the world clearly as it actually is, not as we wish it to be or fear it might be. It is the intellectual and, eventually, the intuitive understanding of the core principles of reality, the 4 noble truths themselves, the law of cause and effect, karma, and the 3 characteristics of existence impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and not self. It is about clearing away the fog of our delusions and misconceptions to see the true nature of things. Without right view, our efforts, no matter how sincere, will be misguided. The second factor of wisdom is right intention. Once we have the correct map, we must check our motivation. Right intention is the conscious cultivation of a pure heart. It involves fostering three key intentions. The intention of renunciation, which is the willingness to let go of our obsessive clinging and craving. The intention of loving kindness, which is the sincere wish for the well-being and happiness of all beings without exception. And the intention of compassion, which is the heartfelt wish for all beings to be free from suffering. Right intention is the compassionate engine that propels us along the path. The second training is in ethical conduct, sila. This is the foundation upon which the entire practice is built. It governs our interactions with the world, ensuring that our actions of body and speech are harmonious and do not cause harm. A clear conscience, free from remorse and guilt, is the necessary fertile ground for deep meditation to grow. This training includes three factors. The first is right speech. This is the practice of using our words with skill and kindness. It means abstaining from the four types of harmful speech: lying, divisive speech, such as gossip or slander that sets people against one another; harsh speech, like insults or angry outbursts; and idle chatter, which is meaningless talk that distracts ourselves and others. Instead, we cultivate speech that is truthful, kind, unifying, and beneficial. The second factor is right action. This concerns our physical behaviors. At its core, it is the practice of respecting the lives and well-being of others. It involves abstaining from three key actions: harming living beings, taking what is not freely given, and engaging in sexual misconduct that causes harm to ourselves or others. It is about moving through the world with a body that is a source of safety and peace, not fear. The third factor is right livelihood. This extends our ethical commitment into our work life. It means we should earn our living in a way that is honorable and does not bring harm to the world. This means avoiding professions that are based on deception or that trade in weapons, living beings, intoxicants, or poisons. It is the commitment to ensure that the way we spend our days earning a living is in alignment with our deepest values of non-harming and compassion. The third and final training is in mental discipline, samadhi. This is the heart of the inner transformation, the direct cultivation of the mind itself. It is here that we truly tune the strings of the lute. This training also has three factors. The first is right effort. This is the active and joyful energy we bring to the path. It is the practice of being a skillful gardener of the mind. This involves four great efforts: the effort to prevent new, unwholesome thoughts and states from arising; the effort to abandon any unwholesome states that have already arisen; the effort to cultivate new, wholesome states like kindness and mindfulness that have not yet arisen; and the effort to maintain and develop the wholesome states that are already present. It is a practice of constant, gentle vigilance. The next factor is right mindfulness. This is the celebrated practice of developing present moment awareness. It is the capacity to observe our experiencer, bodily sensations, our feelings, our thoughts, the world around us, without getting lost in judgment, commentary, or reaction. Mindfulness is the anchor that holds us in the reality of the present, preventing us from being swept away by regrets about the past or anxieties about the future. It is the foundation of genuine self-knowledge and inner peace. The final factor of the path is right concentration. This is the ability to gather the scattered energies of the mind and unify them on a single point. If mindfulness is like a broad, steady floodlight, illuminating the whole room, concentration is like a powerful, focused laser beam. Through practice, this ability leads to deep states of meditative calm and clarity, known as jhana. In these states, the mind becomes exceptionally quiet, stable, and lucid, allowing the profound insights of wisdom to arise not as mere ideas, but as transformative, direct experiences. These 8 factors work in concert, creating an upward spiral of development. A glimpse of right view inspires the right intention to practice. This purifies our ethical conduct in the world. Living ethically creates a mind free of remorse, which is the perfect condition for developing right mindfulness and right concentration. The clarity born from a concentrated mind allows us to see reality even more deeply, which in turn strengthens our right view. And so the cycle continues, each factor lifting the others, carrying us ever onward toward freedom. This entire, beautiful, and complete architecture for human flourishing, from the way we speak to the way we think, rests upon our ability to work directly with one thing, our own mind. The path is not a mysterious journey to a faraway land. It is an intimate process of inner cultivation. And to begin that process, we must first become acquainted with the very territory we seek to transform. We must be willing to sit down and observe the wild, untamed, and often chaotic nature of our own consciousness. This brings us to the next stage of our exploration, an encounter with the restless, chattering creature who dwells within us all. Having unfurled the beautiful and comprehensive map of the Eightfold Path, we see that its 3 great trainings in wisdom, ethical conduct, and mental discipline are designed to work together, leading us from confusion to clarity. The entire structure, however, rests upon our ability to engage in the 3rd training, the direct cultivation of our own minds. Before we can plant a garden, we must first get to know the soil. Before we can build a house, we must understand the land it will rest upon. And so, before we can cultivate a mind of peace and wisdom, we must first become intimately acquainted with the mind as it is, in its natural, untamed state. To begin this inner work, we must be formally introduced to the primary resident of our own consciousness, a creature well known to contemplatives for thousands of years. We must meet the monkey. The Buddha used this vivid metaphor, the monkey mind, to describe the ordinary state of human consciousness. Imagine a restless monkey in a vast jungle. It never stays still. It swings frantically from one branch to another, grabbing a piece of fruit here, chattering loudly there, screeching at a shadow, then suddenly leaping to an entirely different tree, driven by impulse, curiosity, and fear. It is never at rest. This, for most of us, is a perfect description of our own minds. Our attention swings from a memory of the past, to a worry about the future, to a sensation in the body, to a line from a song we heard hours ago, to a fantasy about our vacation, to an angry rehearsal of an old argument. It chatters incessantly with internal commentary, judging, analyzing, criticizing, and narrating everything. It is a realm of chaos, a constant, noisy, and exhausting flurry of activity. If this feels familiar, it is essential to know that this is not a personal failing. It is not a sign that you are broken or uniquely undisciplined. It is the shared human condition, a product of our evolutionary wiring now thrown into hyperdrive by the realities of the modern world. Our brains evolved over millennia to constantly scan our environment, to be vigilant for both threats and opportunities. This restlessness was a survival mechanism. But in our current age, this finely tuned instrument is being overwhelmed. We are subjected to a constant deluge of information. Our phones buzz with notifications. Our inboxes overflow with emails. News cycles scream for our attention, and advertisers relentlessly vie for a sliver of our mental real estate. Our minds are like a web browser, with 100 tabs open at once, each one playing a different video. We are encouraged to embrace the myth of multitasking, which in reality is just rapid, frantic task switching, a practice that actively trains the mind to be scattered and fragmented. Furthermore, much of our technology is designed to hijack this monkey mind, creating addictive feedback loops that give us tiny, pleasurable hits of dopamine for every click, like, and swipe, keeping us in a state of perpetual, low-grade craving for the next digital stimulus. So, how do we begin to work with this wild, overstimulated creature? The first step is counterintuitive. We do not fight it. We do not try to silence it or cage it. To declare war on your own thoughts is a battle you are guaranteed to lose, one that only creates more tension and conflict. The first step is simply to watch, to become the curious, non-judgmental scientist of your own inner world. The invitation is to find a quiet place, to sit down in a comfortable and dignified posture, to close your eyes, and for a few minutes, to do nothing at all but give yourself permission to observe what happens. Inevitably, the moment you cease external activity, the internal chaos will become apparent. The monkey, no longer distracted by the outside world, will seem to go wild inside. To-do lists will appear, worries will surface, old conversations will play out. You will suddenly remember you need to buy milk. This is normal. This is what all minds do. The practice is not to stop this, but to introduce a point of stability in the midst of the chaos. This point of stability is your own breath. The breath is the perfect anchor for the mind. It is always with you, from the moment of your birth to the moment of your death. It is always happening in the present moment, never in the past or the future. And it is a neutral, physical sensation. The instruction is simply to rest your attention, as gently as you would place a feather on a velvet cloth, on the feeling of the breath entering and leaving your body. Perhaps you feel it most at the tip of the nostrils, a cool sensation on the in-breath, a warmer sensation on the out-breath, or perhaps you feel it most in the gentle rise and fall of your abdomen. The location doesn't matter. Simply rest your attention there, and then the inevitable will happen. After a few seconds, or maybe just one, the monkey will swing. Your mind will wander away. It will be carried off by a thought, a sound, a memory. Here we arrive at the most crucial juncture in the entire practice. The moment you realize your mind has wandered is not a moment of failure. On the contrary, that very moment of realizing, I'm no longer with my breath, I'm thinking about dinner, is a moment of pure mindfulness. It is a victory, a small awakening, and in that moment, the instruction is exquisitely simple. Without any anger, frustration, or self-criticism, you gently acknowledge where the mind has been, and then you softly, kindly, guide it back to the anchor of the breath. That is all. You will have to do this again, and again, and again, 1,000 times in a 10-minute sitting. Each time the mind wanders, and you gently bring it back, you are doing one repetition, strengthening the muscle of your attention, just as lifting a weight strengthens a bicep. There is a wonderful Zen story that provides a compassionate framework for this process. A young disciple wished to learn how to tame his mind, which he experienced as a wild, powerful, and unruly bull. His first instinct was to try and beat the bull into submission, to yell at it and force it to be still. But this only made the bull more enraged and resistant, destroying the pasture in its fury. His wise master suggested a different approach. First, the master said, "Do not try to cage the bull. Give it a large green pasture where it can roam. This is your acceptance of the mind's natural tendency to move. Next, drive a strong, immovable post into the center of the field. This post is your anchor, the breath. Now, take a long rope and tie the bull to the post. This rope is your mindfulness." And then, the master concluded, "Your only job is to sit at the edge of the field and watch with patient, unwavering attention." At first, the bull was furious. It charged to the end of its rope, pulling and straining until it was raw. It ran in circles, kicking up dust and bellowing in protest. It was a terrifying and chaotic sight. The disciple simply sat and watched, keeping his attention on the bull and the rope. Slowly, over many days, the bull began to change. It learned the limits of its rope. It realized that its struggle was exhausting and futile. It began to graze, circling closer and closer to the central post. The circles became smaller. The frantic energy subsided. Eventually, after a long period of patient observation, the bull lay down peacefully at the foot of the post, completely calm, completely tamed. It was not conquered by violence, but pacified by patient, non-interfering awareness. This is the path to taming our monkey mind. We provide it with the kind space of acceptance. We tie it gently to the anchor of the breath, with the rope of our attention, and we simply watch. We are not trying to kill the monkey or get rid of the bull. We are seeking to change our fundamental relationship to our thoughts. We are learning to shift our position. Instead of being swept away in the churning river of our thinking, we are learning to sit on the riverbank and watch the water flow by. We begin to see that thoughts are just thoughts. They are impersonal, transient events in consciousness, like clouds passing in the sky. They are not facts. They are not commands. And most importantly, they are not us. A space of freedom begins to open up between the thought and our reaction to it. And in that space lies the beginning of peace. But as we sit on that riverbank, watching the ceaseless flow, a question naturally arises. Why is the monkey so restless? Why does it jump from branch to branch? What is it searching for? It is searching for something sweeter, something more pleasant, something to grasp onto. The engine of its restlessness is the very same thirst, the same craving we have already identified. To bring a deeper peace to the mind, we must now look more closely at this primary activity of the monkey, its incessant need to reach out and grasp. We must now explore the subtle, powerful nature of attachment. Having sat with the restless monkey of the mind, we have observed its wild and chaotic nature. We have learned to gently bring it back to the anchor of the breath, again and again. Now, our investigation deepens. We must look not just at the monkey's frantic swinging, but at what happens when it finds a branch it particularly likes. It doesn't just observe the branch, it grasps it. It clings with all its might, identifying with it, making it its own. This act of grasping, this tight-fisted clinging, is the next layer of the cause of our suffering. In the language of the Buddha, if the initial thirst is tanha, this more active and powerful stage of holding on is called upadana. Upadana translates as clinging, grasping, or, most revealingly, as fuel. It is the fuel that we add to the small spark of desire, turning it into a raging bonfire of suffering. Tanha is the initial pull, the magnetic attraction, the feeling of, I want that, Upadana is the subsequent mental action of, this is mine, I need this to be happy. My identity, my well-being, now depends on this. Imagine you are walking on a beach and you see a beautiful, iridescent shell. The simple appreciation of its beauty is a pleasant, harmless experience. The arising of thirst, tanha, is the thought, I want that shell. But upadana, the clinging, begins the moment you pick it up, put it in your pocket, and carry it home. Now, it is no longer just a shell. It is your shell. Its fate is now tied to your happiness. You worry about it breaking. You fear it might get lost. You compare it to other shells and worry it is not the best one. The simple, joyful experience has been replaced by a subtle, anxious burden. The shell has become fuel for your mind's fire. This process of clinging happens in every area of our lives, but we can understand it most clearly by looking at its four primary fields of operation. The first is the most familiar, clinging to sense pleasures. This goes far beyond simply enjoying a good meal or a beautiful song. It is when our enjoyment turns into a demand. It is the mind of the person who cannot simply enjoy a meal, but must photograph it, post it online, and fret about whether it lives up to their identity as a foodie. It is the person whose peace of mind is shattered if their vacation is not perfect, if the weather doesn't cooperate, if the hotel room isn't exactly as pictured. It is clinging to youth and beauty, investing enormous energy and anxiety in a battle against the natural, inevitable process of aging. We cling to the memory of past pleasures, constantly trying to recreate them, only to be disappointed when the present moment fails to match our idealized past. Our happiness becomes a fragile thing, utterly dependent on getting the next pleasant sensory experience, and the one after that. The second field of clinging is perhaps the most powerful and the source of most human conflict. Clinging to views and opinions. We do not simply hold our beliefs, we become them. Our political views, our religious beliefs, our scientific theories, our opinions on art, sports, and how to properly load a dishwasher. These are not just ideas we entertain, they become extensions of our ego. They become mine. When someone challenges our opinion, it no longer feels like a discussion of ideas, it feels like a personal attack on our very being. Our heart rate increases, our face flushes. We become defensive and aggressive. We are not defending a concept, we are defending ourself. This clinging to views makes us rigid, dogmatic, and deaf to any perspective that contradicts our own. It builds walls between people, fuels arguments in families, and at its most extreme, leads to wars between nations. We would rather cling to the imagined safety of being right than open ourselves to the vulnerable, connecting space of mutual understanding. The third field is more subtle, clinging to rites, rituals, and rules. In its original context, this meant clinging to religious ceremonies and practices, with the mistaken belief that the outer performance alone, without any inner transformation, would lead to salvation. In our modern, secular world, this form of clinging is very much alive. It can be clinging to a specific diet, believing it to be the one true path to health, and judging all others. It can be a rigid attachment to a particular style of yoga or meditation, becoming a purist who believes all other methods are inferior. It can be clinging to a set of daily affirmations, a productivity system, or a morning routine, treating the external habit as a magic charm, while missing the point that these are merely tools, containers, for the real work of cultivating inner qualities like awareness, discipline, and wisdom. When the tool becomes more important than the outcome, we are in the grip of this form of clinging. The fourth and final field is the deepest of all, the root from which all other clinging grows, clinging to a doctrine of self. This is the grasping onto the idea of a solid, separate, and permanent I. It is the foundational, often unexamined, assumption that there is a permanent CEO in the headquarters of our mind, a fixed entity that is the owner of our body, the thinker of our thoughts, and the feeler of our feelings. It is this imagined solid self that feels it needs to be protected, needs to be gratified, needs to be right. All other forms of clinging to pleasure, to views, to rituals are ultimately strategies this self employs to try and make itself feel more real, more secure, and more permanent in a world that is fundamentally insecure and impermanent. It is the master illusion, the primary fuel for the fire. Perhaps nowhere is the pain of clinging more acutely felt than in our relationships. Here, it is vital to distinguish between love and attachment. Love, in its pure form, is spacious. It is an expression of what the Buddhist tradition calls metta and karuna, loving kindness and compassion. The core intention of true love is, I wish for you to be happy and free from suffering. It is generous, open, and celebrates the freedom and growth of the other. Attachment, though it often wears the mask of love, is the opposite. It is contracted, needy, and fearful. Its hidden, core intention is, I need you to make me happy. I need you to validate my existence and soothe my insecurities. Love is an open hand. Attachment is a clenched fist. This clinging is the source of jealousy, possessiveness, control, and the deep, bitter suffering we experience when others inevitably fail to live up to the impossible demands we place upon them. There is a simple, powerful story that illustrates the self-inflicted nature of this pain. A man is walking down a path when he sees a small, glowing object ahead. Believing it to be a precious jewel, he is filled with desire and rushes to pick it up. The moment his fingers close around it, an excruciating pain shoots up his arm. The object was not a gem. It was a burning, hot piece of coal. He screams in agony, staring at his seared palm, utterly consumed by the pain. A wise person happens to be walking by and sees the man's predicament. Friend, the wise one says calmly, why don't you simply drop it? The man, crying out in pain, might reply, I can't. Don't you see how much this is hurting me? He has become so identified with the pain, so hypnotized by the sensation of suffering, that he has forgotten that he is the one who is actively choosing to hold on. The immediate, searing pain does not come from the intrinsic nature of the coal. It comes from the act of clinging to the coal. The moment he can hear the wisdom, the moment he can unclench his fist and let the coal fall to the ground, the active cause of his agony is gone. Yes, a painful burn remains that will need to be tended to with care and attention, but the source of the ever-increasing injury has been released. So it is with our attachment stow, a painful memory, to a past identity, to an unrequited love. The original event may have been painful, like the initial touch of the coal, but the ongoing, chronic suffering comes from our persistent mental refusal to open our hand and let it go. This leads us to a profound paradox at the heart of the human experience. The more we desperately try to grasp onto things in order to be happy people, possessions, status, experiences, the more anxious and insecure we become. The world is like a river. It is fluid, ever-changing, and cannot be held. Our attempts to dam it up and control it are doomed to frustration. True peace and freedom are found not in successful grasping, but in the wisdom of letting go. Letting go is not an act of weakness, apathy, or resignation. It is not about not caring. It is an act of supreme strength and wisdom. It is the courageous act of aligning ourselves with reality, of accepting the fluid, impermanent nature of life. It is the realization that true security can never be found in anything external. It can only be found in the unshakable quality of our own awakened mind. It is the difference between living life with a clenched fist, terrified of losing what we think we have, and living with an open hand, ready to gracefully receive the gifts of the present moment, and just as gracefully, to release them when it is time for them to pass. We have now seen the immense suffering caused by grasping at what we desire. But the mind has a twin strategy, an equally powerful and painful reflex. If its first impulse is to cling to what it wants, its second is to violently push away what it does not. This brings us to the shadow of attachment, its cold and rigid counterpart, the nature of aversion. Having explored the fiery, grasping nature of attachment, the mind's desperate yes to what it desires, we now turn to face its shadow twin. This is the mind's other great reactive strategy, its cold and rigid reflex when confronted with what it does not want. If attachment is the clenched fist trying to pull the world in, this is the stiff, outstretched arm trying to violently push the world away. It is the great rejection, the mind's furious no to the unfolding of reality. This is the poison of aversion, known in the ancient texts as dvesha. It is the second of the three great fires that fuel our suffering, and its smoke clouds our hearts and minds, preventing us from seeing clearly or living peacefully. When we hear the words aversion or hatred, we tend to think of their most extreme and dramatic forms. We picture explosive rage, seething resentment, or the deep-seated malice that wishes for another's destruction. These are, without question, powerful and destructive manifestations of dvesha. They are the great, roaring fires that can consume relationships, communities, and our own well-being in an instant. But to limit our understanding of aversion to only these grand infernos is to miss its far more common and insidious presence in our daily lives. Aversion is a master of disguise, appearing in countless subtle forms that we often fail to recognize as part of the same toxic family. Think of the low-grade irritation that bubbles up when you are stuck in traffic and late for an appointment. That is aversion. Consider the sharp sting of impatience you feel when standing in a long line, the inner voice demanding that this present moment be over and the next one begin. That is aversion. Listen to the constant, running commentary of your own mind as it criticizes and finds fault with your partner, with your colleagues, with the political situation, and most relentlessly, with yourself. This habit of judgment is a subtle, chronic form of pushing away imperfection. Even worry and fear are forms of aversion. Fear is simply aversion directed at a potential future event, a powerful no to a reality that has not yet even occurred. And worry is the mind's anxious rehearsal of that no, a continuous repoisoning of the present moment with anxiety about the future. When we begin to look with this kind of honesty, we see that the smoke of aversion taints our experience far more frequently than we imagine. It is the tension in our shoulders, the clenching in our jaw, the subtle tightening in our chest that we carry with us throughout the day. The tragedy of aversion is that we believe its force is directed outward, at the person or situation that is displeasing us. But its first and most immediate victim is always ourselves. There is a profound saying that captures this truth perfectly. Holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. When we are in the grip of anger or hatred, our own body is flooded with the stress hormones of the fight, or flight response. Adrenaline and cortisol course through our veins. Our heart rate increases. Our blood pressure spikes. Our muscles tense for a battle. We are, quite literally, poisoning our own system. The external target of our anger may be miles away, completely unaware and unaffected, while we sit stewing in our own toxic brew, doing damage to our own physical and mental health. Furthermore, aversion is a potent blinding agent. When we are angry, a kind of tunnel vision sets in. Our world shrinks to the narrow reality of our grievance. We lose all perspective. We can no longer see the humanity of the person who has wronged us. They become a caricature, a villain in the story our anger is telling. We are unable to consider the countless causes and conditions that may have led to their actions. All we can see is the injury to our ego. In this state, wisdom is impossible. Connection is impossible. We are trapped in a small, dark, and lonely prison of our own reactivity. So what is the antidote? Our conditioned response is often one of two extremes. Either we lash out, expressing the anger and causing harm, or we try to suppress it, to push it down and pretend it isn't there. But suppression is just another form of aversion. It is an aversion to our own anger. We are trying to push away our own internal experience. This never works. The suppressed energy does not disappear. It gets stored in the body, where it can fester, leading to anxiety, depression, psychosomatic illnesses, or it can build up pressure until it erupts later in a sudden, uncontrolled, and often disproportionate explosion. The path of wisdom offers a third option, a middle way. The antidote to aversion is not suppression, but mindful, compassionate awareness. The practice begins by radically changing our intention. We stop trying to get rid of the anger, and instead, we turn toward it with a gentle, scientific curiosity. The first step is simply to acknowledge its presence, without judgment. To say to ourselves, anger is here. Irritation is present in the mind. We are not saying, I am angry, which identifies us with the emotion. We are noting that anger is a temporary guest, a passing weather pattern in the sky of our awareness. The second step is to shift our attention from the story in our head, the endless loop of who did what and why they were wrong, and bring it into the raw, physical sensations in the body. Where do you actually feel the anger? Is it a burning heat in your face and chest? A tight knot in your stomach? A clenching in your fists and jaw? A frantic, pulsing energy throughout your body? Simply rest your attention on these physical sensations. Breathe with them. Observe them as pure energy, without the label anger. When we do this, we decouple the raw energy of the emotion from the narrative that fuels it. We begin to see it not as a solid, terrifying monster, but as a fluctuating, impersonal wave of energy that will, like all things, eventually pass. From this calmer, more grounded place, we can then gently investigate the anger's roots. We can ask with genuine curiosity, what is this anger trying to protect? What cherished expectation was not met? What part of my story about myself feels threatened right now? More often than not, anger is a secondary emotion, a tough-looking security guard standing in front of a much more vulnerable feeling, like hurt, fear, or shame. By looking underneath the anger, we can begin to offer ourselves the compassion we truly need. There is a wise Zen story that beautifully illustrates this principle of creating space versus using force. A family moved into a new home, only to discover that a large, venomous snake had taken up residence in an old, unused room. The father, reacting with fear and aversion, grabbed a long stick and entered the room, determined to kill the snake or drive it out. He thrashed about wildly, trying to strike the snake. The terrified creature, feeling cornered and attacked, coiled and lunged, biting him on the leg. The violent confrontation only resulted in more fear and injury for both parties. A wise monk who was passing by heard the commotion and offered to help. He did not pick up a stick. Instead, he calmly walked around the outside of the house and, one by one, he opened every single door and every single window. He created pathways. He created the possibility of freedom. Then, he went and sat quietly under a nearby tree and began to meditate. The snake, which only wanted to be in a dark, quiet, safe place, suddenly felt the drafts of cool air. It sensed the light from the open doors. It no longer felt trapped and threatened. It simply felt the opportunity to return to its natural home. And so, on its own accord, without any force or coercion, it slithered out an open door and disappeared back into the forest. Our anger is like that snake. When we feel it, our mind becomes a dark, sealed room. When we try to attack our anger, to beat it down with suppression or self-judgment, we only make it more venomous, and we trap it inside, where it will eventually strike. The mindful approach is to become like the wise monk. We gently open the doors and windows of our awareness. We create space around the anger. We allow it to be there, without reacting to it. We let the fresh air of our non-judgmental attention circulate in the room, and when the anger no longer feels trapped and attacked, when it is simply allowed to be what it is, a temporary, impersonal burst of energy, it will, on its own, find its way out. Ultimately, the long-term antidote to the poison of aversion is the intentional cultivation of its opposites, loving, kindness, and compassion. As we begin to understand that the hurtful actions of others are almost always a result of their own suffering, their own ignorance, and their own untamed inner monkeys, it becomes much harder to hold on to personalized hatred. We start to see the frightened, hurting, being behind the aggressive mask. This does not mean we condone or accept harmful behavior. We can still have strong boundaries, but our inner response can shift from the hot, tight fist of hatred to the cool, open space of wise understanding. We have now examined the two great, painful reflexes of the untamed mind. We have seen the grasping hand of attachment, which pulls the world toward itself, and the pushing hand of aversion, which shoves the world away. Both of these powerful, automatic reactions are born of non-acceptance, and both cause immense suffering, and both are in service of one central, overarching project: the defense and gratification of a single, powerful, and deeply held illusion. They are the twin guard dogs at the gate of the palace. To find true and lasting freedom, we must now walk past the guards, approach the palace, and investigate the nature of the king, who we believe resides within. We must now turn our attention to the great illusion of the separate self. Having witnessed the mind's two great, painful strategies, the grasping hand of attachment and the pushing hand of aversion, we must now ask the most fundamental question of all. For whose sake is all this effort being made? Who is this entity that is so desperate to pull pleasure towards itself and to shove pain away? Who is the central character in this drama, the one we spend our entire lives trying to protect, promote, and please? This brings us to the very heart of our investigation, to the palace at the center of the kingdom, to confront the king himself. The sense of I, the ego, the self. This exploration into the nature of the self is the most profound and ultimately the most liberating inquiry on the entire path to freedom. We feel this I with such certainty. It seems to be the most obvious and undeniable fact of our existence. I am thinking these thoughts. I am feeling this emotion. I am walking across this room. But where, precisely, is this I to be found? Is it in your heart? Is it behind your eyes? Is it the voice speaking in your head? If you perform an honest search, you will find that it is strangely elusive. We feel its presence constantly, yet we can never locate it as a concrete thing. This is because, as the Buddha discovered, we have been chasing a ghost. We have built our entire lives around a case of mistaken identity. To guide us in this investigation, the Buddha provided a brilliant analytical tool, a way to deconstruct our experience into its component parts, to see if we can find a self hiding anywhere within it. This is the teaching on the 5 aggregates, or the 5 heaps that constitute what we call a person. Let us, like a patient scientist, examine each of these heaps in turn. The first aggregate is form. This is the physical stuff of our existence, our body. It includes our skin, bones, blood, organs, and all the physical sensations associated with it. We are deeply identified with this form. We look in the mirror and say, "That's me." But is this body truly, ultimately you? Consider that your body is composed entirely of non-you elements. The food you ate, the water you drank, the air you are breathing right now, all of it comes from the outside world and is just temporarily borrowed to constitute this form. It is in a state of constant flux, with cells dying and being born every moment. It ages, it gets sick, it feels pain, all outside of your direct command. If this body were truly yourself, you would be able to command it. Do not get old, do not get sick. But you cannot. The body, then, is not a solid entity, but a biological process that we are experiencing. It is a precious vehicle, but it is not the permanent I we believe it to be. The second aggregate is feeling. This is the constant stream of sensations that arise whenever our senses make contact with the world. These are categorized into 3 simple types: pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral. A cool breeze on a hot day is a pleasant feeling. Stubbing your toe is an unpleasant feeling. The sensation of your clothes against your skin might be neutral. We are certainly driven by these feelings, chasing the pleasant and fleeing the unpleasant. But are you these feelings? A pleasant feeling arises, stays for a while, and then vanishes. An unpleasant feeling appears, dominates our attention, and then it too dissolves. Feelings are like the weather, they pass through the landscape of our awareness. But they are not the landscape itself. They are fleeting, uncontrollable visitors. They are not the owner of the house. The third aggregate is perception. This is the mental faculty that recognizes, identifies, and labels our experience. When light hits our eyes, the perception faculty says, "blue sky." When sound waves hit our ears, it labels them as music or noise. It is the process that categorizes our world into concepts: man, woman, tree, car, threat, friend. But are you your perceptions? Our perceptions are deeply conditioned by our past, our culture, our language, and our mood. The same event can be perceived as a wonderful opportunity by one person and a grave threat by another. Perceptions are not an objective window onto reality. They are a colored lens, a constructed interpretation. They are also transient, shifting from moment to moment. You are not the labels you apply to the world. The fourth aggregate is mental formations. This is a large and complex category that includes all of our other mental activities, our thoughts, intentions, emotions, biases, habits, memories, and all our states of mind, like joy, jealousy, patience, and anxiety. This is the aggregate we most profoundly identify with. I think, therefore I am, as the famous philosopher said. We believe we are the thinker of our thoughts, the author of our inner monologue. But if we watch our mind with care, we see that thoughts simply arise, unbidden, from the darkness of the unconscious. You cannot predict what your very next thought will be. Thoughts of anger can be followed by thoughts of kindness. Thoughts of genius can be followed by thoughts of utter nonsense. If you are your thoughts, which one are you? You cannot be all of them, as they are constantly contradicting each other. Like the other aggregates, mental formations are an impersonal, ceaseless flow of activity passing through awareness. The fifth and final aggregate is consciousness. This is the fundamental quality of knowing, the raw awareness that is present when any of the other aggregates are experienced. There is seeing consciousness, which knows a sight. There is hearing consciousness, which knows a sound. There is thinking consciousness, which knows a thought. We might believe that this consciousness is the final candidate for the self, a continuous, abiding awareness that is the true me. But upon closer inspection, consciousness too is seen to be a dependent process. It does not exist on its own. Seeing consciousness cannot arise without an object to be seen. Hearing consciousness cannot arise without a sound to be heard. It is not a continuous, monolithic entity, but a flickering process that arises and ceases from moment to moment in conjunction with its object. It is the light in the room, but it is not the room itself. After this exhaustive search through the 5 heaps that make up our entire psychophysical being, we arrive at a startling conclusion. We cannot find a permanent, independent, solid self anywhere. The I we feel so intimately, the ego we work so hard to defend, is not a thing. It is not a noun. It is a process, a verb. The self is the ongoing, moment-to-moment activity of identifying with these 5 changing processes. It is a story we tell ourselves, woven from threads of memory, habit, and conditioning. It is a useful convention for navigating the world we need to be able to say, I am hungry, or my name is John. But we have made a profound error. We have mistaken the story for the storyteller, the convention for the reality. There is a beautiful Zen analogy that captures this truth. Imagine a single wave on the surface of the ocean. From its limited perspective, this wave might have a very strong sense of self. It might think, I was born a few moments ago in that swell. I am traveling in this direction. I am a truly magnificent wave, certainly more impressive than those smaller ones next to me. But oh, I see the shore approaching. Soon I will crash upon it, and that will be my death. For the wave, its separate identity is its entire reality at its birth, its life, its pride, its fear of dying. But now, let us shift our perspective to that of the ocean. From the ocean's point of view, was the wave ever truly separate? The wave is, and always was, nothing other than the ocean itself, rising and falling in a temporary expression of form. Its birth and death are not a creation from nothing and a return to nothing, but simply a change in the ocean's shape, the substance of the wave. The water was never born and will never die. It has always been the ocean. We are like that wave. We experience ourselves as a separate I, with a personal history, a fragile ego to defend, and a deep fear of our own end. But this teaching, known as anatta, or not self, invites us to realize that we are not the wave, we are the ocean. The self we cling to is just the temporary shape, the passing form, not the boundless, underlying substance of life itself. This realization is not a nihilistic denial of our existence. It is the gateway to ultimate freedom. When the illusion of a solid self begins to dissolve, its immense burden dissolves with it. The ego is a heavy, high-maintenance project. It constantly feels threatened, so it needs to be defended. It constantly feels deficient, so it needs to be propped up with achievements and possessions. It is the source of our need to be right, our corrosive jealousy, our painful insecurity, and our fear of failure. To see through the illusion of the ego is to put down a heavy bag you did not even realize you have been carrying your entire life. When there is no fixed I to defend, who is there to be offended? When there is no separate self to suffer, suffering is seen as an impersonal process. Like a storm passing through the sky, the pain might still be there, but we stop taking it so personally. The second arrow of, why is this happening to me, can never strike. As the walls of the separate self become more transparent, our inherent interconnection with all of life becomes self-evident. Empathy and compassion cease to be moral virtues. We have to strain ourselves to practice. They become the natural, spontaneous response of a mind that no longer sees a fundamental division between self and other. We see that their suffering is our suffering, and our joy is their joy. We have now come full circle from the intellectual understanding of Indra's net to the direct, felt experience of it. Having examined the grasping hand of attachment, the pushing hand of aversion, and the illusory self they both serve, we have cleared the ground. With the distorted, self-centered lens of the ego starting to dissolve, we finally have the opportunity to see the world with new eyesight, see it clearly, directly, and just as it is. This pristine, unveiled perception is the very essence of right view, the beginning and the culmination of the path. We are now ready to explore what it truly means to see. Having journeyed into the very heart of our perceived identity and witnessed the dissolution of the solid, separate self, we find ourselves standing on new ground. The fog of the ego, the primary lens of distortion that colors our entire world with I, me, and mine, has begun to thin. As this fog lifts, we are granted, for the first time, the possibility of seeing clearly. This clear seeing is the essence of the first, and arguably most important, factor of the Eightfold Path. It is called Samadhi, or right view. It is crucial to understand what right means in this context. It does not mean correct in the sense of a rigid dogma that is opposed to other wrong opinions. That would merely be another form of clinging to views, a trap we have already identified. Right, in this sense, means in proper alignment, fitting, or in tune with reality. Imagine trying to navigate a ship using a map that is distorted and inaccurate. No matter how skillfully you steer or how hard you work, you will never reach your destination. Right view is the act of trading our distorted, egocentric map for one that accurately reflects the true contours of reality. It is not about acquiring a new set of beliefs to cling to. It is about cultivating a new way of seeing. It is the difference between staring at a stained glass window, admiring the intricate patterns of our beliefs, and looking through a perfectly clean, clear pane of glass to see the world as it truly is. So what is it that we see when we look through this clear glass? What does a mind free from the distortions of craving, aversion, and the illusion of self actually perceive? The wisdom of right view is the direct, experiential seeing of the fundamental laws of existence, the three great characteristics or marks that are stamped upon every aspect of conditioned reality. We have touched upon these before as concepts, but right view is the transformation of these concepts into lived, felt insight. The first mark we see with clarity is impermanence, anicca. Intellectually, we all know that things change, but right view is seeing this not as an abstract fact, but as the dynamic, moment-to-moment reality of our own experience. Through the lens of mindfulness, we watch as a thought flashes into the mind and disappears just as quickly. We observe a pleasant feeling arise, peak, and then fade away, replaced by another. We feel the ceaseless, subtle river of sensations flowing through our body. We see that there is nothing, absolutely nothing, that we can hold on to. Everything is in a state of flux. The world is not a collection of solid nouns, but a symphony of energetic verbs. To see this directly, in our bones, is to begin to loosen our desperate grasp on things. How can you cling to a cloud? How can you build a house on a flowing river? Seeing impermanence deeply is the beginning of letting go. The second mark we see is unsatisfactoriness, dukkha. As we see the universal nature of impermanence, we also begin to see, with profound clarity, the inherent stress and friction that comes from trying to find lasting happiness and security in things that are, by their very nature, fleeting and unreliable. We see that our suffering is not a personal failure, but a natural consequence of looking for satisfaction in the wrong place. It is the pain of the wave wanting to remain a wave forever, resisting the pull of the ocean. It is the suffering of the child trying to hold a rainbow in its hands. Right view is not a pessimistic outlook that denies happiness. It simply sees, with realism, that any happiness dependent on changing conditions is fragile and ultimately cannot provide a final, secure refuge. The third and most profound mark we see is not self, anatta. This is the culmination of our investigation into the five aggregates. With a clear and concentrated mind, we look at any experience that arises: a physical sensation, a feeling of joy, a thought of anger, the act of seeing itself, and we ask, is this me? Is this mine? Am I this? And the answer that echoes back from direct observation is always number. We see that these phenomena arise based on causes and conditions. They play out their energy and they cease. There is no solid, independent I behind the scenes, authoring the thoughts or owning the feelings. This is the deepest and most liberating insight of all. To see that there is no fixed self to defend, no fragile ego to protect, is to be freed from the root cause of our fear, our insecurity, and our conflict. Beyond these three marks of existence, right view also encompasses a clear and practical understanding of the law of karma, the law of moral cause and effect. This is the recognition that our actions, driven by our intentions, are the primary seeds that shape our destiny. It is the understanding that wholesome intentions rooted in kindness, generosity, and wisdom will inevitably lead to experiences of happiness and peace for ourselves and others. Conversely, unwholesome intentions rooted in greed, hatred, and delusion will inevitably lead to experiences of pain and suffering. This is not a belief in some cosmic judge who doles out rewards and punishments. It is a simple, natural law, like the law of gravity. If you plant an apple seed, you will get an apple tree. If you plant a seed of poison ivy, you will get poison ivy. Understanding this law empowers us completely. It moves us from the position of being a victim of circumstance to being the conscious creator of our own experience. Our happiness is, quite literally, in our own hands, in our own hearts. There is a famous ancient parable from India that wonderfully illustrates the difference between our ordinary, partial view and the holistic clarity of right view. A king once gathered a group of men who had been born blind. He then had an elephant brought into the courtyard and asked the men to approach it, to touch it, and to describe what an elephant is. The first man reached out and touched the elephant's thick, sturdy leg. "I know," he declared confidently. "An elephant is like a great pillar." The second man got hold of the tail. "No, you are wrong," he said. "An elephant is exactly like a rope." A third man touched the smooth, sharp tusk. "You are both mistaken," he proclaimed. "An elephant is hard and sharp, like a spear." A fourth man happened to touch the large, flapping ear. "It is clear to me," he said, "that an elephant is like a giant fan." Soon, the men fell into a furious argument, each one absolutely certain that his own limited, direct experience represented the whole truth, and that all the others were fools. Each of these men was right, in a very limited way, but because their perception was partial, their conclusion was completely wrong. Our ordinary, everyday view of the world, filtered through our conditioning and the needs of our ego, is just like that of the blind men. We grasp one small piece of reality, our own thoughts, our own feelings, our own tribe's opinions, and we mistake it for the whole picture. Right view is the perspective of the sighted person who can step back and see the entire elephant. The sighted person can understand, yes, it has parts that are like a pillar, and a rope, and a spear, and a fan. I see how they all fit together to form this single, magnificent creature. Right view is the ability to see the bigger picture, to understand how all the seemingly separate parts of our experience are interconnected and part of a coherent whole. How then do we move from being one of the blind men to becoming the one who can see? The cultivation of right view is a gradual process with 3 stages. The first is wisdom born from learning. This is when we first encounter the teachings, when we listen to the Dharma, when we read the words of the wise. This is like the blind men being told by a sighted person, "An elephant is a large animal with all of these different parts." This gives us a conceptual framework, an intellectual understanding of the map. The second stage is wisdom born from contemplation. This is when we take what we have learned and think about it deeply. We reflect on it, we analyze it, we see how it holds up to logic, and how it relates to our own lived experience. We ask ourselves questions like, can I see examples of impermanence in my own life? This is the process of internalizing the map, of making it our own. The third, and by far the most important stage, is wisdom born from direct experience through meditation. This is the only stage that is truly transformative. It is through the dedicated practice of mindfulness and concentration that we stop merely thinking about these truths and begin to see them directly for ourselves, in the silent laboratory of our own consciousness. We don't just believe things are impermanent. We feel the arising and passing of a single breath. We don't just believe in not self. We look for a thinker behind the thought and find no one there. This is the difference between reading a description of honey and tasting its sweetness on your own tongue. This direct insight is what cuts through the roots of ignorance and liberates the heart. Right view is the lodestar of our journey. It is the compass that keeps us oriented toward freedom. It is both the beginning of the path, guiding our first steps, and the final fruit of the path, the very wisdom that constitutes awakening. It provides us with the why and the what of our practice. But a map, however perfect, cannot carry us to our destination. A recipe, no matter how exquisite, cannot nourish us. The profound wisdom of right view must be translated from the silent realm of insight into the dynamic world of our lives. It must inform how we speak, how we act, and how we live. This understanding of reality, this seeing things as they are, must now guide our every intention. This leads us directly to explore the engine of our lived experience, the powerful and inescapable law of karma. Having arrived at right view, our perception of the world begins to shift. We start to see through the fog of our own projections and witness the deep, underlying laws that govern existence: impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and the illusion of a separate self. Within this clear seeing, another fundamental law of nature becomes visible. It is a law as reliable and impersonal as gravity, one that governs the ethical dimension of our lives. This is the law of karma, more commonly known in the West as karma. Few concepts from Eastern philosophy are as widely known and yet as profoundly misunderstood. Karma is often depicted as a system of cosmic justice, a supernatural scoreboard of good and bad deeds, or a kind of rigid, inescapable fate. But the Buddha's teaching on karma is far more subtle, practical, and empowering than any of these things. It is not a belief system to be adopted, but a natural law to be observed. The law of the garden of the mind. Imagine your mind is a fertile garden. Every day, you are planting seeds. Some seeds, when they sprout, will grow into beautiful, fragrant flowers and nourishing fruits. Other seeds will grow into thorny weeds and poisonous plants. The law of karma is simply this: the seeds you plant determine the garden you will live in. It is the simple, profound law of cause and effect applied to our volitional actions. It is the universe's echo. What you send out through your actions of body, speech, and mind is what will eventually come back to you. To truly understand this, we must first clear away the misconceptions. Karma is not fate. In fact, it is the very opposite of fate. Fate implies that our lives are predetermined, that we are powerless puppets whose strings are pulled by some external force. The law of karma teaches the exact opposite. It teaches that we are the primary creators of our own experience. Our choices matter profoundly, nor is karma a system of reward and punishment meted out by a divine judge. There is no celestial accountant tallying up your good and bad deeds. The process is impersonal, natural, and immediate. A person who touches a hot stove is not being punished for their action. They are simply experiencing the natural, inescapable consequence of heat making contact with skin. In the same way, a person who acts with a mind of anger and hatred is not being punished when they experience agitation and alienation. They are experiencing the natural, built-in consequence of living with a mind of anger and hatred. The absolute heart of this teaching, the key that unlocks the entire principle, lies in a single word: cetana, which means intention or volition. The Buddha stated it with perfect clarity. It is intention, monks, that I call karma. Having intended, one acts through body, speech, or mind. The karmic potency of an action is not in the external act itself, but in the motive, the quality of heart, the intention that drives it. Imagine you accidentally trip and bump into someone, causing them to fall. You are immediately remorseful and help them up. Now, imagine you deliberately shove someone with the intention to hurt them. The external result might be similar: someone has fallen. But the internal cause, the intention, is worlds apart. The first action creates little to no negative karmic trace. The second plants a powerful seed of harmful karma. A doctor who cuts someone with a scalpel to heal them is creating wholesome karma. A mugger who cuts someone with a knife to rob them is creating unwholesome karma. The action is cutting, but the intention changes everything. It is the why behind the what that determines the echo. We create this karmic energy through 3 doors of action. The most obvious is the body, physical actions like offering a gift, striking a blow, stealing, or caressing. The second door is speech, the words we use. A lie plants a different seed than a truth. Words of praise create a different ripple than words of harsh criticism. Gossip that divides people creates a different result than words that bring about harmony. The third door is the most subtle, the most constant, and the most powerful, the mind. Every thought that arises is a karmic action, a fleeting thought of generosity, even if not acted upon, plants a tiny wholesome seed. A moment of silent, seething resentment, even if the other person never knows, plants a tiny, unwholesome seed. The mind is the seedbed, where all our actions originate, and simply thinking is an act of planting. This understanding leads to the profound recognition that we are the heirs of our own actions. Our present life, with its unique blend of joys and sorrows, talents and challenges, is not random. It is, in part, the ripening of countless seeds planted by our past intentions in this life and previous ones. This helps us to cultivate a deep patience and equanimity. It explains why we sometimes see cruel people enjoying apparent success. They are simply exhausting a store of previously planted, wholesome seeds. It explains why we see kind and virtuous people facing immense hardship. They are meeting the ripening of old, unwholesome seeds. We learn not to be discouraged when our efforts don't bring immediate reward, and not to be arrogant when life is easy. We are simply meeting the echo of our own past. But this is only half the story, and not even the most important half. We are not just the heirs of our past. In every single moment, we are the creators of our future. The power of choice, the power to plant a new seed, is always available to us, right now. This is the most empowering message in all of spiritual life. Our past does not define our destiny. The story of the Buddha's disciple, Angulimala, is the most powerful illustration of this truth. Angulimala, whose name meant garland of fingers, was a terrifying serial killer who roamed the forests, murdering travelers and cutting off one of their fingers to add to the gruesome garland he wore around his neck. He was the embodiment of horrific past karma, a figure of pure terror. One day, the Buddha calmly began walking on the path through Angulimala's forest. Seeing him, Angulimala grabbed his sword and began to run after this new victim. But a strange thing happened. Though Angulimala was running as fast as he could, and the Buddha was only walking calmly, he could not catch up. Exasperated, he yelled out, "Stop, monk, stop!" The Buddha, without turning, replied in a clear, steady voice, "I have stopped, Angulimala. It is you who have not stopped." These simple words struck Angulimala like a bolt of lightning. He understood at once their deeper meaning. The Buddha had stopped the endless cycle of violence and hatred. It was Angulimala who was still running, still caught in the momentum of his own rage and delusion. In that moment of profound insight, his whole world shattered. He threw down his sword, fell to his knees, and begged to become a disciple. The Buddha accepted him into the monastic order. Through diligent practice, Angulimala completely purified his mind and became an arahant, a fully enlightened being. But the story does not end there. Karma is a natural law. Even though he was now a saint, the echoes of his past deeds still had to ripen. When he would walk into the villages for his alms round, people who remembered him as the dreaded murderer would cry out in fear and anger. They would throw rocks, sticks, and garbage at him. He would often return to the monastery with his robe torn and his head bleeding. The other monks were confused. How could a fully enlightened being suffer like this? The Buddha explained it to them. "Bear with it, Angulimala," he said. "You are experiencing, in this very life, the ripening of karmic deeds for which you might have otherwise suffered for eons in states of immense pain. Because of your transformation, you are settling this great debt in a much lighter way." This powerful story teaches us two essential things. First, that our actions have undeniable consequences that we must eventually meet. But second, and more importantly, it shows that even the heaviest, most terrifying karma from the past can be transformed through powerful, wise, and compassionate action in the present. Karma is not a rigid sentence. The present moment always holds the key to our liberation. Understanding this law gives us a perfect moral compass for our lives. We no longer need to rely on external rules or the fear of punishment. We simply learn to look at our own intentions. Before we act, before we speak, even before we indulge a line of thought, we can pause and ask, where is this coming from? Is this seed rooted in generosity, kindness, and clarity? Or is it rooted in the poison of grasping, hatred, and confusion? This practice of self-inquiry, of karmic responsibility, is the foundation of a skillful life. It moves us out of blame and victimhood and into a place of profound integrity and self-possession. We realize that if we are the ultimate source of our suffering, we must also be the ultimate source of our own freedom. Realizing the immense power of our intentions, the question naturally shifts from whether we are planting seeds to how we can consciously and systematically plant the most beautiful, beneficial, and healing seeds possible. If our heart is a garden, how do we learn the art of cultivating the most magnificent flowers? This inquiry leads us to the very heart of Buddhist meditative practice, the intentional cultivation of a boundless and benevolent heart, a practice that begins with the gentle, radiant quality of loving kindness. Having come to understand the profound and inescapable law of karma, we see that our intentions are the very seeds from which the garden of our life grows. We are not powerless victims of circumstance, but active creators, planting the seeds of our future happiness or suffering with every thought, word, and deed. This realization, while sobering, is also incredibly empowering. It hands us the tools to our own liberation. The natural, vital question then becomes, how do we consciously, skillfully, and systematically cultivate the most beautiful and beneficial seeds? How do we become master gardeners of our own hearts? The answer begins with the practice of metta, a word from the ancient Pali language that translates as loving kindness. Metta is the first of the four great divine abodes, or boundless states of heart taught by the Buddha. It is the sincere, unconditional, and radiant wish for all beings, without any exception, to be happy and well. It is not a mere sentiment, nor is it the possessive, conditional affection we often call love in our daily lives. Romantic love is frequently intertwined with attachment and need, a feeling of, I love you because you make me happy. The love a parent feels for a child can be mixed with anxiety and expectation. Metta is of a different order. It is a boundless benevolence, a steady warmth that we learn to generate from within and extend impartially to all. It is like the light of the sun, which shines on the beautiful flower and the thorny weed. with equal generosity. It does not depend on whether we like someone, whether they are good to us, or whether they are deserving of it. It is a radical training of the heart to return to its own innate capacity for warmth and friendliness. This practice is not about forcing a feeling. It is a gentle, methodical cultivation. It is a meditation, and like any meditation, it has a form we can follow to help the heart unfold naturally. We begin by finding a comfortable and dignified posture, allowing the body to settle into a state of ease. We can let the eyes close gently, and perhaps bring a soft, gentle smile to our lips, an action which itself can signal to the mind that it is safe to soften and open. The practice of metta meditation traditionally unfolds in a sequence of stages, like ripples expanding outward from the center of a pond. And the center, the starting point of all true loving kindness, is oneself. This is perhaps the most challenging and most crucial step for many of us. We are often taught that it is selfish to love ourselves, but from a spiritual perspective, it is an absolute necessity. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot offer to others a peace and happiness that you yourself do not possess. So, we begin by turning the warmth of our attention inward. We silently repeat, with sincerity and feeling, a set of traditional phrases directed at our own being. You can use phrases like these, or find others that resonate with you. May I be happy. May I be healthy in body and mind. May I be safe from inner and outer harm. May I live with ease. As you repeat these phrases, you try to connect with the genuine wish behind them. You are offering yourself the same kindness and care you would offer to a beloved friend who is struggling. Once a measure of this warmth has been generated for yourself, the next stage is to extend it to a benefactor or a dear friend. Bring to mind someone for whom you feel easy, uncomplicated respect and affection. It could be a teacher, a mentor, a close friend, or a family member. Picture them clearly in your mind's eye, and then direct the same flow of well wishes towards them. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you be safe. May you live with ease. Feel the natural expansion of the heart as you share this positive energy. Notice how easy and joyful it feels to wish well for someone you already care for. This stage helps the loving kindness to flow freely. The third stage begins to stretch the muscle of the heart. Here, you bring to mind a neutral person. This is someone you see or interact with regularly, but for whom you have no strong feelings either way. It might be the cashier at your local grocery store, the person who delivers your mail, or a neighbor you only see in passing. We so often walk through the world treating these people as mere functions, not as feeling human beings. In this practice, you visualize this neutral person and extend the exact same wishes to them. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you be safe. May you live with ease. This is a powerful practice for breaking down the walls of indifference. It helps us to recognize the shared humanity in everyone, to remember that this neutral person also has hopes, fears, and a deep desire to be happy, just like we do. The fourth stage is the most transformative and often the most difficult. It is the practice of extending loving kindness to a difficult person. This is someone with whom you have conflict, someone who has hurt you, or someone you simply dislike. It is wise to start with someone who is only mildly difficult, not the greatest enemy of your life. The purpose here is not necessarily to condone their actions or to force a feeling of forgiveness you do not have. The purpose is to recognize that your own resentment is a poison you are drinking, a hot coal you are holding in your own hand. For the sake of your own freedom and peace of heart, you practice wishing them well. You can recognize that their harmful actions come from their own suffering, their own ignorance and confusion. And so, With this wisdom, you can offer the phrases, "May you too be free from suffering. May you find peace. May your heart be filled with loving kindness." This is a profound act of healing, not for them, but for yourself. It is the act of putting down the hot coal. Finally, having moved through these specific individuals, the fifth stage is to let the heart become truly boundless. You allow the feeling of metta to radiate outwards from your heart in all directions, to the front, to the back, to the left, to the right, above and below, throughout the entire universe. You extend this wish for happiness to all beings without distinction, all humans, all animals, all spirits, all beings in all realms of existence, beings near and far, seen and unseen, born and yet to be born. May all beings everywhere be happy. May all beings be safe. May all beings be free. This practice dissolves the illusion of a separate self and connects us to the great web of all life. The power of a heart imbued with metta is not merely a poetic sentiment. It is described in the tradition as a tangible, protective force. There is a famous story that illustrates this. The Buddha's jealous cousin, Devadatta, made several attempts to assassinate him. In one of these attempts, he arranged for a ferocious, wild elephant named Nalagiri to be intoxicated with alcohol and released onto the narrow street where the Buddha was walking. The people fled in terror as the enraged elephant charged, trumpeting furiously, destroying everything in its path. The Buddha's disciples urged him to run, but he remained perfectly still, his posture calm and fearless. He looked at the charging beast not as a threat, but as a suffering being caught in a state of violent confusion. From his heart, the Buddha radiated a powerful, unwavering wave of pure, loving kindness towards the animal. As the elephant drew closer, it entered this field of benevolent energy. The wave of metta was so powerful that it began to pacify the elephant's drunken rage. Its frantic pace slowed, the aggression in its eyes softened, the furious trumpeting ceased. Finally, the great beast reached the Buddha, and instead of trampling him, it knelt down before him, completely subdued, its trunk gently touching his feet. It was tamed not by any weapon or physical force, but by the sheer, disarming power of a fearless and compassionate heart. This story reveals that metta is not a passive or weak state of mind. It is a powerful shield and a source of immense strength. The ancient texts list many benefits of this practice, which are now being confirmed by modern science. It is said that one who cultivates loving kindness sleeps peacefully, is beloved by humans and animals alike, is protected by divine forces, and is immune to fire, poison, and weapons, a metaphorical promise of safety and resilience. They have a serene and radiant complexion, and their mind concentrates with ease. In modern terms, this practice is a powerful antidote to anger, anxiety, and depression. It increases feelings of social connection, improves our relationships, and literally changes the energy we project into the world. As we cultivate this sincere wish for all beings to be happy, a natural and beautiful consequence begins to emerge in our hearts. When our desire for the well-being of others becomes strong and genuine, we find that we can no longer bear to witness their suffering without being moved. The abstract wish for their happiness meets the concrete reality of their pain. And at that point of contact, loving kindness blossoms into its active and engaged sibling, the tender, trembling heart of compassion. As the warmth of loving kindness, or metta, begins to permeate our hearts, we cultivate a sincere and unconditional wish for all beings to find happiness. We train our minds to be like the sun, shining its benevolent rays on everyone and everything without distinction. But as this warmth grows, a natural and inevitable consequence arises. When we genuinely wish for others to be happy, we find it increasingly difficult to witness their pain. The boundless wish for their well-being collides with the stark reality of their suffering. And in that moment of contact, the heart trembles. Loving kindness, when faced with pain, blossoms into its active and engaged twin sister. This is the second of the 4 divine abodes. Compassion, or karuna. Karuna is the trembling or quivering of the heart in the face of suffering. It is not a passive feeling, but an active, vibrant energy. It is the heartfelt wish for all beings to be free from their pain and the causes of their pain. If metta is the gentle wish, may you be happy, karuna is the urgent, heartfelt cry, may you be free from this suffering. It is the energy that moves us to act, to reach out, to alleviate the suffering of the world in whatever way we can. It is the mother's instinct to soothe her crying child, the friend's impulse to comfort another in their grief. It is the very heart of the awakened mind. In our journey to cultivate true compassion, it is essential that we learn to distinguish it from its counterfeits, particularly its most common near enemy, pity. Pity and compassion may look similar on the surface, but they come from entirely different places in the heart and create entirely different results. Pity looks down from above. It creates a sense of separation. When we feel pity for someone, there is an implicit sense of superiority in our stance. We think, oh, that poor person, their life is such a mess. I am so glad that I am not them. Pity reinforces the ego. It makes us feel good about ourselves in comparison to another's misfortune. It keeps the other person at a safe distance, an object of our charity rather than a fellow subject of the human condition. Compassion, on the other hand, is a feeling of radical equality and connection. It does not look down. It meets the other eye to eye. It recognizes the shared vulnerability of all beings. Its inner voice is not one of superiority, but of kinship. I see your pain. I know what it is to suffer. We are in this together. Compassion breaks down the walls of separation that the ego erects. It understands that the same potential for suffering that has manifested in another's life also exists within our own. It is a shared experience, not a separate one. Pity creates distance. Compassion creates connection. Another near enemy of compassion is overwhelming grief or despair. When we are so consumed by the suffering of another that we become paralyzed by our own sadness, we are not truly helping. We have simply fallen into the same pit of suffering alongside them. While this may come from a sensitive heart, it lacks the quality of strength and resilience that defines true karuna. True compassion has a quality of fortitude. It allows us to keep our heart open to pain without being drowned by it, enabling us to be a source of strength and solace for others, rather than another victim. Furthermore, for compassion to be truly beneficial, it must be guided by wisdom. Unwise compassion can often cause more harm than good. The Tibetan Buddhist tradition has a term for this: idiot compassion. This is the well-intentioned but misguided kindness that enables self-destructive behavior. It is the act of giving money to a drug addict, which only fuels their addiction. It is the parent who constantly rescues their adult child from the consequences of their irresponsibility, thereby preventing them from ever learning or growing up. It is the friend who always agrees with our self-pitying stories, preventing us from taking responsibility for our own lives. Idiot compassion is focused on alleviating immediate discomfort, both our own and the other person's, without considering the long-term consequences. True compassion, guided by wisdom, is not afraid to be firm. It is not afraid of tough love. It has the courage to do what is genuinely beneficial for the other person's ultimate well-being, even if it is uncomfortable or difficult in the short term. Like loving kindness, compassion is a quality that can be intentionally cultivated through meditation. The practice, known as karuna bhavana, follows a similar expanding pattern. We begin by bringing to mind a being whose suffering is obvious and easy to feel for. It could be a sick child, a wounded animal, or a friend going through a difficult time. We visualize them and allow our heart to naturally feel their pain. Then, we generate the heartfelt wish, repeating it silently. May you be free from this suffering. May you be free from all physical and mental pain. May you find peace. From there, we extend this compassionate wish to ourselves. This can be a surprisingly difficult step. We are often much harder on ourselves than we are on anyone else. But we too are suffering beings. We make mistakes, we have flaws, we feel pain. The practice is to turn that same tender, compassionate regard inward, to acknowledge our own struggles without judgment, and to wish ourselves freedom from them. May I be free from my suffering. May I learn to be kind to myself. May I find peace. Then, we stretch our hearts further, directing compassion towards our difficult person. We try to see past their hurtful actions and recognize that these actions almost certainly spring from their own deep-seated pain, fear, and confusion. We see them not as a monster, but as a deeply unhappy being, trapped in the prison of their own mind. From this place of understanding, we can genuinely wish for them to be free from the very suffering that causes them to inflict suffering on others. Finally, we allow this feeling of compassion to become boundless, radiating it out to all beings everywhere. We contemplate the vast ocean of suffering in the world, the hunger, the war, the sickness, the loneliness, the fear, and we hold it all in a heart of immense, unshakable compassion. We cultivate the powerful, active wish that all beings, without exception, may find their way out of suffering and its causes. The ultimate expression of this boundless compassion is embodied in the ideal of the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva is a great being who has practiced for countless lifetimes and has accumulated enough wisdom and merit to achieve the final liberation of nirvana, the complete and utter cessation of all personal suffering. The story is told of one such bodhisattva who finally arrived at the very gates of nirvana. The gates stood open, promising an end to all struggle, a final, blissful peace. As this being was about to take the final step, they heard, from far behind them, a single, faint sound. It was the cry of one being, still lost in the world of suffering, still trapped on the endless wheel of birth and death. In that moment, the Bodhisattva made a choice of unimaginable compassion. Instead of stepping through the gates into their own well-earned peace, they turned back. They stood at the threshold of the world and made a great vow. As long as there is even one single being left suffering in any realm of existence, I will not enter final nirvana. I will remain in this world, taking on whatever form is necessary, for as long as it takes, until every last being has been guided to the shores of liberation. This is the pinnacle of karuna. It is the complete dissolution of the boundary between self and other. It is a love so vast that it finds its own liberation inseparable from the liberation of all. We have now seen how the heart opens first, with loving kindness, the wish for all to be happy, and then with compassion, the wish for all to be free from suffering. These are the two great wings that allow the heart to soar. They teach us how to relate skillfully to the happiness and the pain we encounter in ourselves and in the world. But there is another common human experience that can be a great source of difficulty: a subtle poison that can close the heart back down. This is our reaction to the success, the joy, and the good fortune of others, especially when we ourselves may be struggling. This is the realm of jealousy and the comparison mind. The path provides a direct and powerful antidote for this poison as well. The next of the divine abodes, sympathetic joy. Having opened our hearts with the warmth of loving kindness, wishing for all beings to be happy, and then opened them further with the trembling of compassion, wishing for all beings to be free from suffering, we have trained ourselves to meet both the joy and the sorrow of the world with a courageous tenderness. We have learned to say a wholehearted yes to the reality of others' happiness and a compassionate yes to the reality of their pain. But now we encounter a different, and for many of us, a more subtle and difficult challenge. What is our heart's response when we witness not the suffering, but the success, the good fortune, and the happiness of others, especially when we ourselves are feeling lack or struggling? It is in this territory that one of the ego's most powerful poisons can arise, the poison of envy. The direct antidote to this poison, and the third of the 4 divine abodes, is the beautiful and often elusive quality of mudita. Mudita is most often translated as sympathetic or appreciative joy. It is the genuine, wholehearted, and unselfish celebration of the happiness, success, and good fortune of others. It is the opposite of jealousy, envy, and the competitive mind that sees life as a zero-sum game. If compassion is the heart's ability to feel with another's pain, mudita is the heart's ability to feel with another's joy. It is a state of generous, vicarious delight. Of all the divine abodes, this is often considered the most difficult to sincerely cultivate, because it strikes directly at the very root of the ego's insecurity. Both loving kindness and compassion can, if we are not careful, subtly gratify the ego. When we are practicing them, it is easy to feel, look at me, being so kind and compassionate. We can feel noble, virtuous, and slightly superior. But mudita offers no such foothold for the ego. It directly confronts our deep-seated habit of comparison. It challenges the ego's foundational belief in scarcity, the idea that there is a limited pie of happiness, success, and love in the world, and that if someone else takes a large slice, there is less available for us. This scarcity mindset is the source of envy. It makes us see another person's success as a personal affront, a reminder of what we lack. Mudita, in contrast, arises from a mindset of abundance. It understands that joy is not a finite resource. It is infinite. The happiness of another person does not diminish our own. It is simply another wonderful manifestation of well-being in the universe, an event worthy of celebration. Before we can apply the antidote, we must first be willing to diagnose the illness in ourselves. We must be honest about the feeling of envy. It is that bitter, contracting sensation in the chest when we hear that a colleague has received the promotion we wanted. It is the cold knot in the stomach when we see photos of a friend's seemingly perfect relationship or exotic vacation, especially when our own life feels mundane or difficult. This ancient human poison has been weaponized and amplified by our modern culture of social media. We are constantly scrolling through a meticulously curated highlight reel of other people's lives, a stream of engagements, new homes, beautiful children, and career triumphs. This can become a powerful engine for comparison, fueling a chronic sense of inadequacy, resentment, and the feeling that our own life is somehow not enough. Envy, like the aversion we have already explored, is a poison we mix and drink all by ourselves. The person we envy is often completely unaware of our feelings. Their happiness is unaffected. We, on the other hand, are filling our own hearts with bitterness, isolating ourselves from the possibility of genuine connection, and ensuring our own unhappiness. The practice of cultivating mudita, then, is the practice of learning to rejoice. It is a conscious rewiring of our habitual response to the good fortune of others. Like the other heart practices, we begin with an easy object. To help the quality arise naturally, we bring to mind a dear friend or someone we love deeply. We then think of a specific instance of their happiness or success. Perhaps they achieved a lifelong goal, or fell in love, or recovered from an illness, or simply experienced a moment of pure, simple joy. Instead of letting the mind immediately compare their situation to our own, we make a conscious effort to share in their happiness. We try to feel their joy as if it were our own. We can use phrases to guide the heart, silently repeating, "I am so happy for you. May your joy and good fortune continue and increase. It is wonderful to see you so happy." From there, we extend the practice outwards. We can bring to mind our neutral person and imagine them experiencing a simple happiness, laughing with their family, enjoying a sunny day, savoring a good meal. We recognize their right to happiness, and we rejoice with them, even from afar. The most advanced and most healing form of the practice is to try, even in a small way, to generate mudita for a person we envy or see as a rival. This is not easy. It requires courage. We may not be able to feel ecstatic joy for them right away, but perhaps we can start by acknowledging the hard work they put in to achieve their success. Or we can reflect on the fact that they, just like us, are simply seeking happiness in this confusing world. Even the smallest flicker of appreciation, the slightest intentional shift from bitterness to benevolence, is a monumental victory over the ego. Beyond sitting meditation, mudita is a practice to be lived. It is about actively looking for opportunities to celebrate the good in the world. When a co-worker receives praise, we can make a point of going to them and offering a sincere, heartfelt congratulations. When we see a happy family in the park, instead of feeling a pang of loneliness, we can silently wish them well. It means learning to hit the like button on life, to be a genuine cheerleader for the people around us. This creates a beautiful, positive energy, and people are naturally drawn to those who can celebrate with them without a trace of envy. There is a simple story that speaks to the profound wisdom of this practice. An old farmer had two sons who were different in every way. The elder son was a scholar, a man of books and ideas, whose greatest joy was in study and debate. The younger son was a man of the earth, a gifted farmer whose hands seemed to possess a magic that made any seed sprout and flourish. The people in their village, accustomed to sibling rivalry, expected them to be filled with jealousy for each other's talents. But the two brothers had made a secret vow to each other as children. One year, the scholar's son wrote a book of such profound wisdom that his fame spread throughout the kingdom, and scholars traveled from far and wide to learn from him. On the day the news arrived, his brother, the farmer, was overjoyed. He harvested the best of his crops and threw a great feast for the entire village. Raising a glass, he declared, "Today my heart is full. My brother's brilliant mind is a gift to the world, and his success is my success. Our family's joy has been doubled today." He felt the scholar's triumph as if it were his very own. A few years later, a terrible drought struck the land, but the farmer's son, through his skill and tireless work, managed to produce a harvest so abundant that it not only fed his family but the entire village, saving them from starvation. Upon hearing of this, The scholar son put down his books and wrote beautiful poems celebrating his brother's skill, his wisdom of the earth, and his compassionate heart. He read them aloud at the village square, announcing, "Today my heart is full. My brother's hands have saved us all. His joy in the harvest is my joy." Our family's happiness has been multiplied beyond measure. The two brothers understood the secret of mudita. By learning to rejoice in each other's good fortune, they were not limited to the happiness that came from their own individual successes. The scholar got to experience the joy of a master farmer, and the farmer got to experience the joy of a great sage. They had access to an unlimited wellspring of happiness. They knew that joy is not a competition. It is a symphony, and every instrument that plays beautifully adds to the richness of the whole. This is the great gift of practicing mudita. It is the direct and potent antidote to the corrosive poisons of jealousy, envy, and comparison. But more than that, it infinitely expands our capacity for joy. If we can only be happy when good things happen to us, our opportunities for happiness will be few and far between. But if we can learn to be happy when good things happen to anyone, our friend, our neighbor, our rival, a stranger on the street, then the entire world becomes a source of endless joy. A wedding announcement, a child's laughter, a successful project at work, a team winning a game, all of it can be fuel for our own happiness. The heart becomes vast, generous, and connected, celebrating the endless blossoming of well-being in the universe. We have now explored 3 of the great heart practices: the warmth of loving kindness, the trembling of compassion, and the celebration of sympathetic joy. These are powerful, active, and deeply engaged emotional states. To practice them is to open ourselves to the full spectrum of life. But to hold this vast range of experience from intense sorrow to exhilarating joy without becoming overwhelmed or agitated requires a 4th and final quality. The heart needs a container, a foundation of profound stability and balance. This brings us to the great protector, the culminating divine abode, the unshakable peace of equanimity. Having journeyed through the vast open landscapes of the heart, we have learned to cultivate the boundless states of loving kindness, compassion, and sympathetic joy. We have practiced opening ourselves to wish all beings well, to feel with them in their suffering, and to celebrate with them in their happiness. To engage with the world in this way is to live a life of immense richness, connection, and meaning. However, a heart that is so wide open is also exposed to the full, unfiltered intensity of life. It experiences soaring joy, profound sorrow, and everything in between. Without a grounding force, a principle of stability, this emotional richness can become overwhelming. We risk becoming like a ship with magnificent sails but no rudder, tossed about by the very winds we have learned to embrace. To prevent this, to ensure that our open heart is also a resilient one, we must cultivate the 4th and final divine abode. This is the great protector, the source of unshakable peace, the sublime quality of upekkha, or equanimity. Equanimity is perhaps the most subtle and misunderstood of these 4 heart practices. It is a state of profound mental balance, a deep and abiding calm that remains steady and unshaken amidst the turbulent storms of life. It is the ability to stand in the center of the spinning wheel of worldly events and remain poised, clear-sighted, and at peace. It is the quiet, spacious awareness that can hold both pleasure and pain, success and failure, praise and blame, without being knocked off balance, without grasping at one or pushing away the other. Because of this quality of stillness, equanimity is often confused with its near enemy, its unhealthy counterfeit, indifference. But the two could not be more different. Indifference is a state of emotional shutdown. It is cold, withdrawn, and disconnected. Its motto is, I don't care. It doesn't affect me. It's not my problem. Indifference comes from a heart that has been closed down out of fear or weariness. Equanimity, on the other hand, comes from a heart that is so wide open, so vast and fearless, that it has room for everything. Its motto is, I care deeply about all of it, but my peace does not depend on the outcome. Indifference is a form of aversion, a pushing away of life. Equanimity is the ultimate form of acceptance. It is the marriage of profound wisdom and boundless love. The practical training ground for equanimity is our daily life, which constantly presents us with what the Buddha called the 8 worldly winds. These are the inevitable pairs of opposites that blow through every human existence, constantly threatening our inner stability. The first pair is gain and loss. We get a promotion, we win a prize, we acquire a new possession. This is the wind of gain, and it tempts us with pride and attachment. Then we lose our job, our investment fails, something we value is broken or stolen. This is the wind of loss, and it tempts us with grief and despair. The second pair is praise and blame. People speak well of us. They compliment our work. They admire our character. This is the wind of praise, and it inflates our ego. Then people criticize us. They find fault with our actions. They attack our reputation. This is the wind of blame, and it stings us with hurt and anger. The third pair is fame and disrepute. We achieve a high status. We are well known and respected. This is the wind of fame. Then we are forgotten, ignored, or become the subject of scandal. This is the wind of disrepute. The final pair is pleasure and pain. The simple, universal experiences of pleasant and unpleasant physical and mental sensations. Our suffering comes not from these winds themselves, for they are an inescapable part of life, but from our reaction to them. We are like small, unsteady boats, lifted up into ecstasy by the favorable winds, and then plunged into the depths of misery by the unfavorable ones. The practice of equanimity is the practice of becoming like a great, heavy mountain. The winds still blow gale force winds of blame, gentle breezes of praise, but the mountain remains unmoved, majestic, and utterly still. Its peak resting in a serene and spacious sky. This profound balance does not come from gritting our teeth or from emotional suppression. It arises naturally from the deep, experiential understanding of 2 laws we have already explored. The first is the insight into impermanence. When you truly know, not just as an idea, but as a felt reality, that everything is transient, your relationship with the 8 winds changes completely. You still enjoy praise, but you don't cling to it, because you know it is just a passing sound. You still feel the sting of blame, but you don't fall into despair, because you know that too shall pass. You see gain and loss as the natural ebb and flow of a river. This deep seeing cools the fires of both grasping and aversion. The second insight is a clear understanding of karma. We realize that we are only in control of our own intentions and actions. We are not in control of the results. We can be like a skillful farmer, planting the best seeds of wholesome intention, watering the soil with diligent effort, and pulling the weeds of negativity. We can do all of this perfectly, but we cannot control the final outcome. We cannot command the sun to shine or the rain to fall. We cannot prevent a sudden blight or a hailstorm. The practice of equanimity, then, is the wisdom of doing our best and then letting go of the results. We offer our skillful action to the world and then peacefully accept whatever fruit it may bear, understanding that the outcome is the result of countless conditions far beyond our personal control. There is a timeless story of a wise sage that perfectly embodies this unshakable peace. He lived in a small hut on the edge of a village. At first, the villagers recognized his wisdom and began to revere him. They brought him food and gifts. They built him a more comfortable dwelling, and they sang his praises. "You are a living saint," they declared. "Our village is blessed to have you." Through all of this, the sage accepted their kindness with quiet gratitude, but his inner state remained perfectly calm and unchanged. His happiness did not rise with their praise. Then, one day, a young woman in the village became pregnant out of wedlock. Terrified of the shame, she told her parents that the sage was the father. The villagers flew into a rage. The same people who had praised him now cursed him. They called him a vile hypocrite, a fraud who preyed on the innocent. They spat at him, tore down his hut, and violently banished him from the village. Throughout all of this humiliation and injustice, the sage remained perfectly calm. He felt no anger, no resentment, no self-pity. His inner peace was not diminished by their blame. He left the village without a word and found shelter under a large tree. A few months passed, and the young woman gave birth to her child. Overwhelmed by the guilt of her lie, she confessed to her parents and the village elders who the real father was. The villagers were consumed with shame and remorse for their terrible mistake. They formed a great procession and went to find the sage. They fell at his feet, weeping and begging for his forgiveness. "We have wronged you terribly," they cried. "Please forgive us. Come back to the village, and we will build you the finest house of all." The sage looked down at the distraught crowd, his eyes filled with the same calm, compassionate light as always, and he simply replied, "If you wish." This sage's inner peace was not dependent on external conditions. It was not inflated by praise or destroyed by blame. His mind was the mountain, and the changing opinions of the world were merely the winds that blew past. This is the profound, liberating power of upekkha. This great quality of equanimity is not something separate from the other three divine abodes. It is the quality that protects and perfects them. It is the steady, spacious ground upon which they stand. Equanimity keeps loving kindness from decaying into selfish attachment or codependency. It keeps compassion from being overwhelmed by grief and burning out into despair. It keeps sympathetic joy from becoming overexcited and restless agitation. Equanimity is the loving parent who holds all three of its beautiful, energetic children in a wise and balanced embrace. It is what allows us to love all beings fully, equally, and wisely, without preference, without prejudice, and without exhaustion. It is the culmination of a truly mature and liberated heart. We have now explored the four great practices that train the heart, that cultivate a mind of boundless love, compassion, joy, and balance. This is the emotional and relational dimension of the path. But for these beautiful qualities to become a stable part of our character, and not just fleeting moods we experience in meditation, they must be built upon an even deeper foundation. That foundation is the unwavering, moment-to-moment capacity to be present with our own experience, just as it is. All of these practices, all the wisdom we have explored, is ultimately powered by one core faculty of the mind. This now brings us to the very bedrock of all Buddhist practice, the simple yet profound art of mindfulness. Having explored the magnificent architecture of the awakened heart, with its boundless rooms of loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity, we must now turn our attention to the very ground upon which this noble structure is built. For these sublime qualities to be stable and enduring, for them to be more than just fleeting, pleasant moods experienced in meditation, they must be supported by a foundational capacity of the mind. All wisdom, all compassion, all peace is ultimately rooted in our ability to be fully present with our own experience as it unfolds, moment by moment. This brings us to the bedrock of all Buddhist practice, the seventh factor of the Eightfold Path, the simple yet profoundly transformative art of samasati, or right mindfulness. Mindfulness is a quality of awareness. It is the practice of paying attention, in a particular way, on purpose, in the present moment, and non-judgmentally. Let us unpack those three components. To pay attention on purpose means it is an intentional act. We are choosing to direct our awareness, rather than letting it be scattered and dragged about by every passing stimulus. To pay attention in the present moment means we are bringing our awareness to the only time that ever truly exists, right now. And to pay attention non-judgmentally is perhaps the most crucial element. It means we learn to observe our experience without immediately layering it with our habitual commentary of, I like this, I hate that, this is good, this is bad. It is a bare, receptive, and open-hearted awareness. For most of our lives, we operate in the opposite of this state. We live in a kind of waking trance, a mode best described as autopilot. We drive all the way to work and, upon arrival, have no memory of the journey. We eat an entire meal while scrolling through our phone without tasting a single bite. We engage in conversations while our mind is a million miles away, planning our evening or rehashing an old argument. We are physically present, but our minds, the essence of who we are absent. We are like ghosts, sleepwalking through our own lives. Mindfulness is the gentle, radical act of waking up from this trance. When our mind is not here, in the present, where does it go? It almost always travels to one of two destinations: the past or the future. The past is the realm of memory, and while it can be a source of useful lessons, for the untrained mind, it is more often a territory of suffering. We get lost in the haunted corridors of regret, endlessly replaying our mistakes. We wander through the bitter fields of resentment, reliving past hurts and keeping old wounds fresh. We cling to the faded photographs of nostalgia, comparing the richness of what was with the perceived poverty of what is. The past is a ghost town. We can learn from it, but we cannot live there. The other destination is the future. This is the vast territory of the imagination, and for the untrained mind, it is the homeland of anxiety. We spend countless hours worrying about events that have not happened and will likely never happen. We exhaust ourselves by playing out catastrophic scenarios, suffering in our imagination from tragedies that are not real. We live in a state of constant, low-grade fear about what tomorrow might bring, and in doing so, we completely miss the life that is unfolding today. The future is a fantasy. We can plan for it, but we cannot control it. The simple, liberating truth that mindfulness reveals is that life is only ever happening in one place, right now. The past is a memory trace in the present. The future is a thought arising in the present. Your breath is only ever happening now. The sounds you are hearing are only ever happening now. The present moment is our one and only point of contact with reality. It is our true home. And the practice of mindfulness is the art of learning how to come home again and again. The great Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh illustrated this principle with the simple act of washing the dishes. He pointed out that when we are standing at the sink, Washing the dishes after a meal, our mind is often not there at all. We are thinking about the cup of tea or the piece of cake we are going to enjoy afterward. We treat the act of washing the dishes as a chore to be rushed through, an obstacle standing between us and a more pleasant future. When we do this, he taught, we are not truly alive during the time we are washing the dishes. We are sacrificing the present moment for a future that has not yet arrived. The miracle of life, happening in the here and now, is lost to us. His profound instruction was this: while washing the dishes, one should be only washing the dishes. This means we must be fully present with the experience. We must be aware of the warm water on our hands. We must feel the smoothness of the ceramic plates. We must smell the fragrance of the soap. We must hear the sound of the water flowing from the tap. In this moment, the act of washing dishes becomes a meditation. It becomes a sacred act. And he concluded with a powerful insight. If we are incapable of being happy while washing the dishes, it is highly unlikely we will be happy while drinking the tea. Because while we are drinking the tea, our restless mind will have already moved on, planning the next thing and the next. Happiness is not a destination we arrive at in the future. It is a capacity we cultivate in the present. It is the ability to be fully alive in whatever moment we find ourselves. This principle can be extended to every single activity in our lives, transforming the mundane into the sacred. You can practice mindful drinking. The next time you have a cup of coffee or tea, take a moment before the first sip. Feel the warmth of the cup in your hands. See the rich color of the liquid. Inhale its aroma. Then, take the first sip. And for just that one moment, do nothing else but experience the taste and the warmth as it enters your body. You can practice mindful walking. Instead of rushing from one place to another, lost in thought, bring your attention to the physical sensation of walking. Feel the contact of your heel on the ground, the way your foot rolls forward, the push of your toes as you take the next step. Walk for the pure joy of walking. You can practice mindful listening. The next time you are in a conversation, offer the other person the rare and beautiful gift of your full, undivided attention. Instead of planning what you are going to say next, instead of judging their words or waiting for your turn to speak, simply listen. Receive the sounds, the tones, and the meaning they are trying to convey. This practice can transform your relationships. You can even practice mindfulness while brushing your teeth. For those 2 minutes, just be with the sensations. The movement of the bristles, the taste of the paste, the feeling in your gums. In this way, any activity, no matter how simple, can become an opportunity to come home to the present moment. The ultimate benefit of this practice is that it creates a space of freedom in our lives. When we are living on autopilot, we are creatures of pure reaction. An external event happens to us stimulus and we react instantly, automatically, based on our lifetime of conditioning. Someone cuts us off in traffic, and we instantly react with a surge of anger. Someone criticizes us, and we instantly react with defensiveness. There is no space, no choice. Mindfulness inserts a pause into this equation. It creates a small, precious gap of awareness between the stimulus and the response. In that gap lies all our power and all our freedom. The car cuts us off. Because we are mindful, we notice the flash of anger arise as a raw physical sensation, the heat, the tension. Because we are watching it instead of being consumed by it, we see that we do not have to act on it. We have a choice. We can choose to take a deep breath. We can choose to let it go. We can choose to respond with patience rather than react with aggression. This ability to choose our response rather than being a slave to our reactions is the beginning of true wisdom and emotional maturity. As we become more established in this practice, as we spend more time living in our true home of the present moment, we begin to notice something remarkable. As we watch our experience with this clear, non-judgmental awareness, we see that nothing stays still. We see that every single thought, every feeling, every sound, every sensation, without exception, arises in our awareness, stays for a short while, and then, on its own, it vanishes. Nothing is solid. Nothing is permanent. The steady light of mindfulness begins to illuminate one of the most profound and fundamental truths of existence, the universal law of constant change. This now prepares us to look directly into the ever-flowing river of impermanence. As we learn to quiet the mind and come home to the present moment, we begin to notice something extraordinary. In the stillness of our mindful attention, we start to perceive a subtle, ceaseless vibration at the heart of all experience. It is the hum of the universe in constant motion. We see that every thought we have, no matter how profound, eventually vanishes. We see that every emotion, no matter how intense, crests like a wave and then dissolves back into the ocean of the mind. We see that every sensation in our body is in a state of perpetual flux. When we first touch this reality, it can be unsettling, even frightening. Our deepest instinct, conditioned over a lifetime, is to search for solid ground, for something permanent and reliable to hold on to. The direct perception of universal change challenges this instinct at its very foundation. It reveals to us the first of the three great marks of all conditioned existence, the fundamental truth of anicca, or impermanence. The teaching on impermanence is not a pessimistic philosophical statement that nothing lasts. It is a direct invitation to see reality as it is, an ever-flowing river. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus famously said, "You cannot step into the same river twice." The Buddhist insight takes this one step further. Not only is the river different from moment to moment, with new water constantly flowing past, but you are also different. The person who steps into the river is not the same person who steps out a moment later. In that brief interval, countless cells in your body have died and been replaced. Your thoughts have changed. Your feelings have shifted. Your perception of the world has been minutely altered. There is no solid you standing outside the river of change. You are an integral part of the flow itself. We can observe this universal law of flux on several levels. At the most obvious, gross level, we see it all around us in the external world. We see the turning of the seasons, the cycle of day and night, the growth and decay of plants. We see our own bodies change in the mirror over years, the lines on our face telling the story of time's passage. We see our possessions wear out, our cars rust, our homes require repair. Our relationships too are impermanent. Friendships ebb and flow. Partnerships evolve and change. Life situations shift in ways we can never fully predict. This external impermanence is undeniable, though we often try our best to ignore it. But the real transformative insight comes when we turn our mindful attention inward and observe the more subtle levels of change within our own being. We feel the constant rhythm of the breath, a miniature cycle of birth and death happening in every moment. We notice the endless stream of thoughts, feelings, and moods that flow through our consciousness. One moment we feel happy, the next sad. One moment we are calm, the next agitated. The mind is not a solid, stable entity. It is a waterfall of ever-changing mental events. When we sit quietly and watch this inner show, we see that we have no ultimate control over it. We cannot command ourselves to only have happy thoughts or pleasant feelings. They simply arise and cease according to their own conditions. In the deepest states of meditative concentration, this insight becomes even more profound. One begins to perceive reality at the momentary level. Here, we see that the world is not composed of solid objects that gradually change over time. Rather, reality is a rapid, flickering process of energetic events arising and vanishing, moment by moment by moment. It is like the individual frames of a motion picture. Each frame is static, but when they are projected at high speed, they create the illusion of a continuous, solid reality. The deepest insight into anicca is seeing that the universe is being recreated and dissolved in every single instant. It is a reality far more vibrant, dynamic, and less solid than we could ever imagine. Why is this insight so central to the path of liberation? Because our suffering, our dukkha, arises directly from our ignorance of this truth. We live our lives as if things were permanent. We try to build dams to stop the ever-flowing river of change. We cling desperately to the things we love, hoping to make them last forever. We cling to our youth and health, our pleasant experiences, our moments of joy, our relationships, our worldly success, and our very lives, all with the underlying, mistaken belief that they can be made permanent and secure. This struggle against the fundamental nature of reality is a battle we can never win, and it is the source of our deepest anxiety, fear, grief, and disappointment. The pain of loss is not caused by the change itself, but by our attachment to what has changed. The anxiety about the future is not caused by uncertainty, but by our demand for a certainty that reality can never offer. We are constantly trying to hold onto a fistful of water, and our suffering is the exhaustion and frustration of this futile effort. There is a timeless story of a great and powerful king who, despite all his wealth and power, was plagued by intense swings of mood. He summoned the wisest counselors in his kingdom and gave them a command. "I want you to fashion for me a ring," he said, "one that contains a secret message. This message must have a magical quality. When I am in the depths of despair, reading it must bring me joy. And when I am overcome with triumph and happiness, reading it must bring me back to a state of sober perspective." The wise men and women of the court conferred for a long time, pondering this difficult task. Finally, they returned to the king and presented him with a simple, elegant ring. The king took it and looked closely. Engraved on the surface were 4 simple words: "This too shall pass." The king soon found the wisdom in their gift. Whenever his armies won a great victory and he was filled with pride and elation, he would glance at the ring. The words, "This too shall pass," would remind him that his glory was temporary, encouraging him to savor the moment with humility rather than clinging to it. And whenever he faced a devastating defeat or a personal tragedy and was plunged into grief, he would look at the ring. The words, "This too shall pass," would give him a profound sense of solace, the courage to endure, and the perspective to know that his sorrow, like the winter, would not last forever. This simple phrase is the very essence of the wisdom of impermanence. It is not a pessimistic or cynical message. On the contrary, it is the key to a life of grace, resilience, and profound appreciation. When we truly embrace the reality of anicca, our whole relationship to life is transformed. We stop taking the good times for granted. We cherish the moments with our loved ones more deeply, precisely because we know they are precious and fleeting. We savor the simple beauty of a sunset, a taste of delicious food, or a moment of quiet peace with a new intensity, because we are no longer under the illusion that it will be there forever. This understanding also becomes a powerful source of healing. It allows us to let go of the past with more ease. When we experience loss, we can grieve fully, but we are less likely to get stuck in endless bitterness or despair because we understand that change and endings are a natural part of the dance of life, not a personal tragedy aimed at us. It also liberates us from our fear of the future. When we accept change as the fundamental ground of being, we become more flexible, more adaptable, and more courageous. We stop needing the world to be a certain, predictable way in order to feel safe. Our security is no longer sought in external conditions, but in our own capacity to meet each changing moment with wisdom and an open heart. As this direct seeing of universal impermanence becomes more stable and established in our minds, it inevitably leads us to a further, even more profound question. If everything I identify with is in a constant state of flux, if my body is changing, my feelings are changing, my thoughts are changing, then where is the unchanging I at the center of it all? If every single component of what I call myself is just a temporary, fleeting process, then what is this self that I believe to be so solid and continuous? The steady, unwavering light of our mindfulness, having illuminated the truth of impermanence, now begins to burn away the very foundation of the ego itself. This realization that everything is a process without a permanent owner or controller leads us directly to the next great mark of existence, the liberating truth of not self. Having stood on the banks of the ever-flowing river of existence and watched the ceaseless current of impermanence, we are left with a question that pierces to the very core of our being. If everything we experience is in a state of constant flux, if our body, our feelings, our thoughts, and our consciousness are all transient phenomena, then who or what is the I that experiences all of this? Is there a permanent, unchanging self standing on the riverbank, watching the flow? Or is that self also part of the river? This inquiry leads us into the deepest waters of Buddhist wisdom, to the third and most transformative of the three marks of existence. It is the teaching of anatta, or not self. This teaching is the unique and revolutionary heart of the Buddha's discovery. While many spiritual traditions speak of a true self, or an eternal Sulan, immortal essence that is the real you, the Buddha's path takes a radical turn. Through his own profound investigation, he discovered that upon close examination, no such permanent, independent, and separate self can be found. This can sound shocking, even nihilistic, at first. It seems to deny our very existence. But this is a misunderstanding. The teaching of anatta is not a declaration that you do not exist. It is the liberating insight that you do not exist in the way you think you do. We exist not as a solid noun, but as a flowing verb. We are not a thing, but a process. Imagine your psychophysical being is a house. We have lived in this house our entire lives, and we have always assumed there is an owner living inside, a me who is in charge, making decisions and running the show. The practice of insight meditation is like a systematic search of this house. We start in the basement, the physical body, searching for the owner. We look through every organ, every bone, every cell, but we cannot find a master. Then we go to the living room of feelings, but we only find fleeting guests of pleasure and pain, none of whom own the house. We search the library of perceptions and the busy workshop of our mental formations, but we find only transient thoughts and ideas, constantly coming and going. Finally, we go to the highest attic of consciousness itself, but even here, we find not an owner, but just the light that flickers on and off as it illuminates the other rooms. After searching the entire house, we come to the astonishing conclusion: the house is uninhabited. The processes of life are humming along beautifully, but there is no owner, no permanent resident, no separate self to be found. This is precisely the conclusion we reach when we once again apply the analysis of the five aggregates, but this time with the specific intention of finding a self. We have already seen that our form, the body, is impermanent and made of non-self elements, so it cannot be our true self. Our feelings are unreliable, fleeting reactions. Our perceptions are conditioned and biased. Our mental formations are a chaotic stream of contradictory thoughts and emotions. And our consciousness is a dependent, flickering process. Nowhere within this psychophysical process can we pinpoint a static I. The self we cherish so dearly is not a concrete entity, but a convenient label, a story we superimpose upon this dynamic, interconnected flow of processes. There is a brilliant dialogue from the ancient texts that makes this abstract concept perfectly clear. A Greek king named Melinda, known for his sharp intellect, sought to challenge a renowned Buddhist sage named Nagasena on this very point. When Nagasena arrived at the palace, the king asked him his name. Nagasena replied that he was known as Nagasena, but that this was merely a conventional designation, a name for the collection of his parts, and that, in an ultimate sense, no permanent person was to be found. King Melinda, using his sharp, logical mind, immediately attacked this statement. "Venerable sir," he said, "if there is no person, then who is it that wears these robes and takes this food? Who is it that meditates and studies? If I were to kill you, there would be no murder. You said you are called Nagasena. What is Nagasena? Is your hair Nagasena?" "No, great king," replied the sage. "Are your feelings, your thoughts, or your body Nagasena?" To each question, Nagasena calmly answered, "No, great king." The king, sensing victory, declared, "Then I cannot see who Nagasena is. You have spoken a falsehood. There is no Nagasena." At this point, Nagasena, with a calm smile, turned the questioning back on the king. "Great king, you are a nobleman. How did you arrive here today? Did you walk, or did you come in a chariot?" "I came in a chariot, venerable sir," the king replied proudly. "Very well," said Nagasena. "Then please, great king, explain to me what a chariot is. Is the pole the chariot?" "No, venerable sir," said the king. "Is the axle the chariot? Are the wheels the chariot? Are the ropes, the yoke, or the frame the chariot?" To each question, the king had to answer no. Then, Nagasena pressed, "Is the chariot something different from all of these parts combined?" "No, venerable sir," the king admitted. Nagasena then delivered the final, illuminating point. "Great king, you yourself have said that there is no chariot. Just as chariot is a convenient name, a designation given to the skillful assembly of the pole, the axle, the wheels, and the frame, so Nagasena is a convenient name for the assembly of the five aggregates. In the highest, ultimate sense, there is no chariot and there is no self. This insight into not self, or anatta, is not something to be feared. It is the key that unlocks the door to profound liberation. Its implications are life-altering. Firstly, it transforms our relationship with suffering. When a painful feeling arises, instead of thinking, "I am in pain," or "Why is this happening to me?" we see it simply as, "There is pain." The experience is seen as an impersonal process, like a headache or a storm. The pain may still be unpleasant, but we stop taking it so personally. The second arrow of self-pity and grievance can never strike. Secondly, It frees us from the exhausting, lifelong burden of defending the ego. Think of how much energy we spend every day polishing our self-image, worrying about what others think of us, comparing ourselves to others, feeling the sting of jealousy, the inflation of pride, and the gnawing of insecurity. All of this effort is in service of a ghost, of an idea that we have about ourselves. When we see through this illusion, it is like putting down a tremendously heavy bag that we didn't even know we were carrying. There is a great sense of relief, lightness, and ease when there is no me to defend. Who is there to be offended? Thirdly, it revolutionizes our relationship with life and death. Our greatest fear is the fear of our own annihilation. But if we see that there was never a solid, separate self that was born in the first place, what is there to die? What we call death is seen not as an end, but as a transformation, a disassembly of the five aggregates. Just like King Melinda's chariot being taken apart. The form changes, but the underlying processes of life and consciousness continue. The fear of personal extinction loses its terrifying grip. Finally, and most beautifully, seeing through the illusion of the separate self gives rise to a natural, spontaneous, and boundless compassion. As long as we believe we are a separate I inside our skin, fundamentally disconnected from the you over there, then compassion will always be a somewhat effortful practice. But when that artificial barrier dissolves in the light of insight, our shared being becomes palpable. We see that your suffering is not separate from my suffering. Your joy is not separate from my joy. Helping another person becomes as natural and instinctive as your right hand coming to the aid of your left hand when it is injured. It is no longer a moral calculation. It is the spontaneous expression of a heart that recognizes its own interconnectedness with all of life. We have now seen that all phenomena are impermanent, constantly changing like an ever-flowing river. And we have seen that within this river of change, there is no permanent, separate self to be found. As these two profound insights, impermanence and not self, deepen within us, they open the door to an even more subtle and holistic understanding of the nature of reality. When we see that all things are in flux and are empty of any independent self-nature, we are led to the perception that all things are, in their very essence, empty of a solid, separate, inherent existence. They only exist in a web of profound relationship with everything else. This insight that form is fundamentally inseparable from a dynamic, relational emptiness, and that this emptiness is what gives rise to all formness, the heart of the sublime teaching on shunyata, or emptiness, our next and final destination in this deep inquiry. Having walked the profound paths of impermanence and not self, we arrive at the final, most subtle, and unifying insight of all. We have seen that all conditioned things are in a state of constant flux, like an ever-flowing river. We have searched diligently within this river of experience for a permanent, separate self, and have found no such entity. These two insights, when held together in the mind, begin to dissolve the very fabric of our ordinary reality, leading us to the doorstep of a truth known as shunyata, or emptiness. When we first hear the word emptiness, it can sound cold, bleak, and nihilistic. We might imagine a great, black void, a state of utter nothingness and non-existence. But this is a complete misunderstanding of this profound and beautiful teaching. In the context of Buddhist wisdom, emptiness does not mean nothingness. The most skillful way to understand it is that all things are empty of one thing, and one thing only, a separate, independent, inherent existence. Nothing in the entire cosmos exists from its own side, by its own power, isolated from everything else. This is not a mystical pronouncement, but the logical and experiential culmination of everything we have explored so far. In fact, emptiness is simply the truth of dependent origination, seen from the most profound perspective. Because all things arise in dependence upon causes and conditions, they are, by definition, empty of existing on their own. A more helpful and poetic way to understand emptiness is through the term inter-being, coined by the great master Thich Nhat Hanh. To be empty of a separate self is to be full of everything else. To interbe means that your existence is deeply and inextricably woven into the existence of all other things. Let us make this clear with a simple, concrete example. Imagine you are holding a single sheet of paper in your hand. We call it paper. It seems to be a distinct object, but let us look at it with the eyes of wisdom. Can this sheet of paper exist by itself? If we look deeply, we see the sunshine. Without the sun, the tree from which the paper was made could not have grown. So, the sun is in the paper. If we look again, we see a cloud. Without the cloud to provide rain, the tree would have withered and died. So, the cloud is in the paper. Looking further, we see the logger who cut down the tree, and we see the logger's parents who gave him life, and the wheat in the field that became the bread that gave him the strength to work. All of that is also present in this sheet of paper. We see the miners who dug the iron ore from the earth to build the saws and the trucks. We see the factory workers who operated the machinery. We see the life story of every person involved. We see the earth itself, which nourished the tree's roots. If we were to remove any one of these elements, if we take away the sun, or the cloud, or the log of this sheet of paper, could not exist. So, what is the sheet of paper? It is empty of a separate, independent self. It has no intrinsic, isolated identity, and yet, it is completely full of the entire cosmos. It is a meeting point, a temporary manifestation of countless interconnected causes and conditions. To be a sheet of paper is to interbe with the sun, the cloud, the earth, and all of humanity. This is the meaning of emptiness. The most famous and concise expression of this truth comes from the Heart Sutra, a core text of Mahayana Buddhism. In it, we find the powerful, paradoxical statement, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." Let us unpack this. The first part, "Form is emptiness," points to what we have just seen with the sheet of paper. Any form we can perceive: a body, a tree, a thought, a planetis, empty of a separate, independent existence. Its form is a temporary manifestation of interconnected processes. The second part, "Emptiness is form," is even more profound. It means that this emptiness is not some blank, abstract void that exists apart from the world of forms. On the contrary, it is this very quality of emptiness, this lack of a fixed and separate nature, that allows forms to arise, interact, and manifest in the first place. Because the sheet of paper is empty of a fixed self, it has the potential to become a love letter, a work of art, or kindling for a fire. If it had a solid, unchanging, inherent paperness, it could not change or interact with anything else. Emptiness is not a negation of life. It is the very space of infinite potential from which all life emerges. Consider again the cloud. We look up and see a beautiful, white cloud floating in the sky. A few hours later, we look up again, and the cloud is gone. Where did it go? Did it die? Has it become nothing? Number. The cloud has not died. It has simply transformed its form. It has become the rain falling on the hillsides. The rain has become the stream which flows into the river. The river water is taken to a home, boiled and poured into a cup with tea leaves. As you sit and drink your tea, you are drinking the cloud. The form of the cloud has become the form of the tea. The tea is empty of a separate self, which is why it can be full of the cloud. This dynamic, ceaseless transformation is possible only because of emptiness. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is constantly manifesting as new forms. When we begin to see the world through this lens of emptiness, it brings about a profound liberation. The rigid, dualistic categories through which we normally see the world begin to soften and dissolve. The hard line between self and other becomes porous. We see that the air we breathe out becomes part of the tree, and the oxygen the tree breathes out becomes part of us. Where does I end and the world begin? The boundary is an illusion. The seemingly solid opposition between birth and death also dissolves. We see that nothing ever truly comes from nothing, and nothing ever truly disappears into nothing. There are only transformations. The wave does not die. It returns to the ocean. The cloud does not die. It becomes the tea. This insight brings a deep and profound peace, a release from the primal fear of our own annihilation. Even our rigid moral categories of good and bad are seen in a new light. We understand that things are not inherently good or bad in themselves. Their quality is relational, dependent on context, and often a projection of our own minds. This does not lead to a lack of ethics. On the contrary, by seeing the interconnectedness of all things, a natural and effortless compassion arises, born of the understanding that harming another is, in a very real sense, harming oneself. To see emptiness is to be freed from the prison of our own concepts. We spend our lives trying to grasp onto things, to label them, to put them in boxes, to make reality solid and predictable. But reality is not solid, and it is not predictable. It is a magical, flowing, and mysterious dance. The wisdom of emptiness allows us to stop clinging and to join the dance. A great sense of spaciousness, freedom, and even playfulness enters our lives. We no longer need to be right. We no longer need to defend our conceptual fortresses. We can hold our views lightly and engage with the world with an open, curious, and wondrous mind. This profound wisdom of Shunyata is the culmination of our inquiry into the nature of reality. It is the ultimate expression of right view. It reveals that the entire universe is a seamless, undivided whole, a shimmering web of interbeing, where every part contains and reflects every other part. With this understanding, our spiritual journey undergoes its final and most significant transformation. We realize that there is no separate here from which to escape, and no separate there to attain. There is no flawed, samsaric world to leave behind, and no distant, perfect nirvana to achieve in the future. There is only this one, seamless, empty, and luminous reality. The goal, then, is not to get somewhere else. The goal is to see the nature of this very moment, this very place, with eyes that have been cleansed of the illusion of separation. With this ultimate insight as our guide, our path turns from seeking a distant prize to realizing a present treasure. It brings us to the very heart of awakening, the discovery of nirvana, not in a faraway heaven, but in the here and now. Our long journey of exploration, which began in the dark and quiet corners of a restless mind, has led us through the vast landscapes of the human heart and to the deepest foundations of reality itself. We have diagnosed the universal condition of dissatisfaction, dukkha. We have uncovered its root in the burning thirst of craving, tanha. We have glimpsed the radical promise of its cessation, nirodha. We have walked the eightfold path, cultivating wisdom, ethical conduct, and a disciplined mind. We have seen the truth of impermanence, the freedom of not self, and the profound interconnectedness of emptiness. And now, we arrive at our final destination, which, in a great and beautiful paradox, is the very place we started, the present moment, but seen with new eyes, understood with a new heart. We arrive at the reality of nibbana, or nirvana, not as a future paradise, but as a possibility available in the here and now. The word nibbana literally means to extinguish or to blow out. This has led many to imagine it as a state of annihilation, a snuffing out of life itself. But the Buddha was clear. What is extinguished is not the flame of life, but the fires of suffering. Imagine your mind is a room. For most of our lives, 3 toxic fires have been burning in this room. The fire of greed and grasping, always wanting more, never satisfied. The fire of hatred and aversion, always pushing away, never at peace. And the great, smoky fire of delusion and ignorance, which prevents us from seeing the room clearly. As these fires burn, the room of our mind is hot, filled with smoke and dark. We stumble about, choking on the fumes, unable to see things as they are. The spiritual path is not about frantically trying to escape this room and find another, better one. Nirvana is not a different room. Nirvana is the simple, profound, and liberating act of extinguishing the 3 fires. When the fire of greed is extinguished, it is replaced by the coolness of contentment and generosity. When the fire of hatred is extinguished, it is replaced by the warmth of loving kindness and compassion. And when the fire of delusion is extinguished, the smoke clears, and the brilliant, clear light of wisdom illuminates the room. The room is the same, your mind is the same, but its quality has been utterly transformed. It is no longer a prison of suffering. It has become a spacious, cool, and peaceful abode. This is nirvana in the now. This state is not a mystical trance reserved for saints in remote caves. It is the living, breathing result of integrating the truths we have explored into our being. The peace of nirvana is the peace that comes from making friends with impermanence. It is the deep relaxation of the heart that no longer has to fight against the current of life. It is the wisdom of the king who looks at his ring and smiles, knowing that both triumph and disaster are fleeting clouds passing through the vast sky of his awareness. The freedom of nirvana is the freedom that is born from the direct insight into not-self. It is the incredible lightness that comes from putting down the heavy, lifelong burden of the ego. It is the end of the exhausting project of having to be somebody. It is the joy of the wave, realizing its true nature is the boundless ocean, and that it was never separate to begin with. With no fragile self to defend, we become fearless. With no separate self to gratify, we become generous. The interconnectedness of nirvana is the lived reality of emptiness. It is seeing that the boundary between ourself and the world is a porous, arbitrary line. It is the feeling of breathing with the trees, of being nourished by the sun, of seeing our own face in the face of a stranger. It is the end of alienation, the end of loneliness, and the beginning of a profound sense of belonging to the whole universe. Every step on the path we have walked together is a direct contributor to this present moment reality. Every time you choose to meet your experience with mindfulness instead of distraction, you are tasting nirvana. Every mindful breath, where you are fully present, with the simple sensation of life entering and leaving your body, is a moment of nirvana. Every time you practice loving kindness, genuinely wishing another being well, your heart experiences a moment of boundless, nirvanic peace. Every time your heart trembles with true compassion, you are participating in the liberated heart of the Buddha. Every time you let go of a resentment, forgive a past hurt, or celebrate another's success without envy, you are extinguishing a small fire, and in that moment, your mind is cool. Nirvana is not a single, monolithic event that happens in the future. It is a mosaic built from countless moments of wisdom, kindness, and letting go in the present. There is a classic Zen story that perfectly captures this shift from seeking a future attainment to living an awakened presence. A young, eager student, after years of dedicated practice, approached his master. "Master," he asked, "your life seems so simple, so ordinary. What was your life like before you attained enlightenment?" The master thought for a moment and replied, "Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water." The student was a little disappointed, expecting a more dramatic tale of struggle. He then asked, "Well, what is your life like now, after you have attained enlightenment?" The master smiled, his eyes twinkling. He replied, "After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water." The student was perplexed. "What is the difference then?" he asked. The master explained, "Before enlightenment, when I would chop wood, my mind was not on the chopping. I was thinking about 100 other things. I was lost in my resentments about yesterday and my anxieties about tomorrow. The chopping was a chore, a means to an end. When I would carry water from the well, my mind was filled with striving and desire. I was thinking about the tea I would make, or the meal I would cook. Now, it is different. When I chop wood, there is just chopping. I am fully present, with the weight of the axe, the sharp scent of the pine, the rhythm of the work. The universe is in that single act of chopping. When I carry water, there is just carrying. I am fully present with the coolness of the well, the weight of the buckets in my hands, the feeling of the earth beneath my feet. There is no separation. There is just life, unfolding perfectly in this simple act. This is the secret of nirvana in the now. The goal is not to transcend our humanity, but to fully inhabit it. Enlightenment is not about becoming a superhuman being who floats on clouds and performs miracles. It is the simple, yet extraordinary, process of becoming a truly, authentically, and freely human being. It is about learning to meet every experience, the pleasant and the painful, the mundane and the magnificent, with a mind that is open, clear, and at peace. It is the end of the civil war within ourselves. It is the discovery that the paradise we have been seeking all our lives is not a destination to be reached, but a reality to be uncovered, a reality that has been patiently waiting for us all along, right here, in the simple, profound, and luminous space of the present moment. This journey of understanding, from the first noble truth of suffering to this realization of nirvana in the now, brings our deep exploration to a close. We began with the feeling of being lost in a chaotic world, and we have arrived at the discovery of a sanctuary within our own hearts. Let us now gather the essential threads of this journey and see the beautiful, coherent tapestry they have woven for us. Our journey together, which began in the quiet desperation of a modern life, has traveled through the deepest questions of the human heart. We began with the image of a soul adrift, feeling overwhelmed by a world that felt random, chaotic, and meaningless. We stood beside that soul and dared to ask, what if none of this is accidental? From that single question, a path unfolded. We found the courage to look directly at our own dissatisfaction, to diagnose the subtle, pervasive friction of dukkha, We traced its origin not to the world outside, but to the grasping and pushing of our own minds, the insatiable thirst of tanha. We discovered the profound promise that this suffering could end, and we were given a map for that journey, the Noble Eightfold Path. We have walked this path together, learning to tame the restless monkey mind, to open our hearts with boundless love and compassion, and to see with eyes of wisdom the transient, interconnected, and selfless nature of all reality. We have arrived at the understanding that nirvana is not a distant heaven, but the peace that is available in this very moment when the fires of greed, hatred, and delusion are allowed to cool. And so we see now that the statement, "nothing is accidental," is not a declaration of a rigid, predetermined fate. It is the very opposite. It is a declaration of our own power and responsibility. It is the recognition that our lives are not a chaotic jumble of events, but an intricate and lawful tapestry, woven from the threads of our own intentions. Every moment presents us with a choice: to plant a seed of anger or a seed of patience, a seed of jealousy or a seed of appreciative joy, a seed of fear or a seed of courage. We are, and have always been, the gardeners of our own existence. The core message of this entire journey is this: peace is not the absence of problems. Peace is a new relationship to our problems. It is not found in a perfect life, but in a perfected heart that has learned to hold all of life's inevitable challenges in a vast, open, and compassionate embrace. Let us return, one last time, to that soul we met at the beginning. Perhaps the outer circumstances of their life have not changed at all. Perhaps they are still sitting in traffic or facing a difficult deadline. But now, something is different. The inner landscape has been transformed. The traffic jam is no longer a personal assault, but an opportunity to practice patience, to feel the simple rhythm of the breath. The difficult colleague is no longer just a source of frustration, but is seen as another suffering being, caught in their own patterns, deserving of compassion. The feeling of stress still arises in the body, but now it is met with a mindful, gentle acceptance, not a fearful resistance. The storm still rages outside, but they have discovered the calm, quiet center within. They have come home. This journey is not about becoming someone new. It is about gently removing the dust and clouds of conditioning to reveal the clear, peaceful sky of our own true nature that has been there all along. The key to the peace you seek is already in your hand. The work is simply to unclench your fist, to open your heart to the world as it is, and to find, in that simple act of letting go, the unshakable freedom you were always searching for.